16. Steve Hine makes it a moot point.
Mitchell 161. And taken superbly.
This could mean. Oh, and he finds the ball.
Good morning. Week 9 does indeed start now here at the Modus Super Series. Strap yourselves in, ready for another week of darting drama at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And Week 9 does look big, but Week 8 was pretty handy as well. And alongside me to dissect all the action this week and reflect on what happened last week, Paul Nicholson. And let's start there, because really for the first time this series, we've had a player that's dominated a week and actually ended up winning the title.
Yeah, it just goes to show that sometimes the form player can rise to the top. Connor Scott came in as the favourite, did a very good job. But I've got to direct a question to you, Chris. What is it about the final game of the week in this series? As only one of them has gone less than 4-3. Drama to the very end. And you've got to give Connor Scott a lot of credit, because the way he started that last leg, that was exactly why he was the favourite at the start of the week.
Yeah, and give Colin Osborne credit as well for the way that he pushed Connor, because there has been, as just mentioned there, a sort of habit of the favourites not making it through in this series. So I think you're right, the way that Connor held it all together there to make sure that didn't happen to him, particularly when you consider that twice before he hadn't even made it to the Saturday.
Yeah, I think he's gradually started to warm to the task here in Portsmouth, but I think his post-match interview with Phil at the end was very telling as to how he thinks about the game. He talked about leaving double 14 because it's straight down the line. That really impressed me, because he knows where his strengths are. And I've got to pay a lot of credit to Connor Scott over the last 6 months, because when he first came here in Portsmouth after not getting his tour card back, he struggled to get his darts sitting in the board right. He's found with the new 3-wing flight something that really works, and now he's back, and we're all the better for it because we're going to see him in a few weeks.
Certainly are. He is through to Champions Week along with each of these players. In fact, Connor Scott is the only player to have averaged more than 90 in his winning week, means he'll definitely be in Group A on Champions Week, as will Neil Duff. From that list, are they the two that really stand out for you?
Yeah, I think so. You look at Tom Sykes, who won Week 1. I know he's going to be well prepped. He's got a lot on his plate, so watch out for him. But Jimmy Van Schie, he's obviously loving this place this year. So there's a few names in there who have won multiple weekly titles now, but 5 of them have got their first one. But don't discount those guys.
Right. On to this week then. Here is the lineup. Who stands out for you this week? We've had a look at some of the Group 8 players, but some big names coming in later in the week as well.
Yeah, I think there's a very open week. Sometimes it's easy to say that, but Conor Heenahan will be the favourite by a mile because of experience and his likelihood of making Saturdays. He's looking to go 9 from 9 here this week. But there are great stories out there. Tom Lonsdale, for me, who has averaged 113 here before, he could be very streaky. If he finds consistency and confidence, he could be one to watch. But I think, story-wise, nobody better than Simon Adams.
Absolutely. We'll talk more about him later today. But Conor Heenahan, you just mentioned, and you mentioned confidence. How much will he take from winning his week in the previous series and getting through to that Champions Week?
Well, considering what he's been through here before, he's been the bridesmaid quite a few times, even though he's had his 9 daughters here and great performances and great averages. However, I think off the back of his best weekly performance, and maybe one of his most consistent weekly performances in getting to Champions Week and the Champions Night, he's someone who can feel very confident about getting there again.
Well, let's have a look at the betting then for this week. Conor Heenahan, you said, will be a huge favourite, and the bookies have agreed with you. Interesting, they've got our colleague Scott Mitchell in a second favourite, and a lot of those players that are coming in later in the week tipped to threaten Heenahan more than the players in this group.
Yeah, I think Scott Campbell is the interesting one. I know that he's played here before, but I didn't expect to see him at 3rd, so maybe crunching the numbers, we might have to find out why that's the case. But Mitchell at second favourite, I can totally get behind that. Hasn't won a weekly title yet, but has been threatening more as he plays. And I do fancy Scott to get one by the end of the year. If it's not going to be in this series, I fancy him in the next one.
Right, but Heenahan for this group?
I'll have to say yes. I don't see any way that he's not going to contend for it. At the very worst, he's going to be in Group B, but I do expect Connor to win it.
Right, we'll go through to comms and guide you all through the action. Paul did have a chat with Conor Heenan, who takes on Tom Lonsdale in his opening match. Here is what he had to say.
Conor, welcome back to Portsmouth, a very familiar place for you. And off the back of your best run in the previous series, you must be feeling good about this challenge this week.
Yeah, it's very good to finally win a week. Didn't get to Champions Week and make finals night. So it was a good return, I suppose. Disappointed how it went, but look, we move on and sure, we look forward to today.
Coming off the best run that you've had here after everything you've been through with missed opportunities to win weeks, does this make you feel more confident about getting there again?
Yeah, like I always believed in myself that I was going to win a week, and obviously it happened now. So it's just to push on now and hopefully get into another Champions Week and see how it goes.
Because you're the only player who's made a Champions Week before playing this week, does that put extra pressure on you?
I suppose it does, yeah. But look, every player in there is definitely well able to win a week. So look, I still have to be on form and see how it goes.
We've got to ask you the obvious question because you've hit 9 darters here before. And sometimes you like to predict whether you're going to get one. Are we going to get one this week?
Hopefully. We'll see what happens. I'll try and change it up a bit. So we'll see, yeah.
And how's the form been since we last seen you? Because it was early in the previous series that we saw you, and obviously you came back for Champions Week. But how's the form been in the last few weeks?
That's been okay, yeah. Playing a bit of locally stuff, so it's been going okay. We'll see how this week goes, so looking forward to it.
All the best, Conor.
Thank you.
Here we go then. Another week gets underway here at the Modus Super Series. Conor Heenan in good spirits, confident mindset coming in to week 9 of series. He takes on Tom Lonsdale, an emerging talent himself, looking to kind of follow in the footsteps, you would think, of Conor here at the Super Series. In what is going to be a really competitive Group A, but Heenan is the man to beat according to the odds compilers. If you are going to have a flutter, please gamble responsibly. It's 18+. BeGambleAware.org. His opponent, a winner on the ADC circuit, and invited back for a full week here, and deserving of that opportunity. Can he make the most of it? And if he can get a win over Heenan in the opening match here, it might just make people think a little bit differently.
I get the feeling that Lonsdale
First
is
leg,
someone
it's
that
Conor to throw
cannot
first.
be
Game
underestimated. When you can average 113 plus on this stage, you come back here and you think, well, I know I can do it. He's a very confident young man. But these are, average performance-wise in the past, the best 2 players we've got this week.
96.
Because Conor's averaged over 115 here before. But it's a long slog as Group A over the next 3 days.
57.
And you might have to work your way into things. And the more we see players like this, the more we can establish patterns as to what's likely
95.
over the next few games.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting opener. We've got plenty to talk about for all the players in this group.
45.
Stefan Hendrick on debut, but everybody else we've got something to go for. Not, in fact, just for this group, but for this entire week.
99.
With the exception of Mike van Duivenbode, who, of course, we do know from when he had a tour card.
I don't mean to go too early with the jokes, but I am really
102.
looking forward to seeing the Pigeon this week. And that is a literal statement because he's nicknamed the Pigeon.
Yeah. Wouldn't be the first time that there's been a pigeon in a live
43.
lounge, but we won't dwell on that.
Oh, Conor was in a typical mood this morning. Somewhat light-hearted to start with.
96.
But he knows the mission, doesn't he? And his record of making Saturdays is absolutely sublime.
96.
Fact remains, he hasn't missed one when he's been here.
Well, he might be under threat here in the opening leg on throw.
93.
that play.
Tommy requires 72.
Bit of working out also gives your opponent a bit of time to think. We know what you're up to,
32.
Conor.
Conor require 50.
That's what Osborne was doing on Saturday night. Very crafty. Double top for Conor.
Game shot in the first.
Better
leg.
than crafty.
Conor Heenan.
Right on point to take the first leg of the week.
Yeah, 8
leg,
appearances,
it's
as
Tom
Paul
to
just
throw first.
alluded to, 8
Game.
finals nights. But from those, only 1 title. So that's such a big moment for him, isn't it? A landmark moment in the previous series when he won in week 2.
Absolutely. You talk about players like Robert Thornton and Martin Adams who haven't got weekly titles here in Portsmouth. Heenan is now off that list of constantly making Saturdays and not getting a title. And that number of 8 from 8 is actually including the Champions Week. So even when he made it to Champions Week, he made the Saturday as well, losing out ultimately to the champion Andreas Harrison, who is one of the finalists in this series. He lost out in week 3 to Richard Eric Rowlands.
Another one of those weeks that we mentioned at the top of the show where you have a player who really was the best player that week, didn't end up winning. See Wesley Plaisir. Plenty of other examples I could cite as well.
103.
Sebastian Białowski in week 6.
Second leg in a row that Lonsdale
67.
sort of slightly outscored Conor Heenan in this leg by the aid of that 180.
100. Tommy required 36.
Double 18 for a 13 darter.
Game shot.
And that'll do very nicely.
Tom Lonsdale.
This is starting very promising. And if these two really do turn up against each other, it would be somewhat akin to that fight that happened on Saturday night between Joe Joyce and Derek Chisora. It could be an absolute humdinger.
120.
The other thing we've got to say with Conor Heenan as well is to break that duck of not making it through those finals nights, because not everybody's like you, Paul, where you just turn up on the scene and win pretty much straight away. We've seen players who have got to big finals, lost a couple, and continued to lose. Some never broke that duck. Dave Chisnell hasn't yet. Terry Jenkins never did. Michael Smith managed to do and then became world champion. So it just shows how important it is to get that monkey off your back.
Absolutely. But Hino has been playing a lot of darts in Ireland
140.
over the last few weeks, like you said. Hasn't really been applying his trade much elsewhere. He's been staying there.
146.
Whereas other players that you'll see this week might have been on the Challenge Tour or the Development Tour. We'll get into that in due course.
40.
15 games today, as per usual for a Monday, then 15 tomorrow, which will be the reverse side of the fixtures, meaning this will be game 15 tomorrow. And this is for a 15 dart leg.
Double 16 to get it.
74.
Just clips the wire, but no danger at the moment from Lonsdale.
He's got a set of those flights in that you can see from the International Space Station.
He required 32. Game shot on the third leg.
Well, he's left in space there is Tom, and he's now 2-1 down. This is a really good game to start things off on a Monday, because every now and again we do see round 1 on a Monday just where players are feeling their way out.
59.
But every player was on the stage this morning just trying to refamiliarise themselves with the surroundings, but nobody knows this place this week better than Conor Heenan. Not even Scott Mitchell.
$96.
Fascinating how the moulded technology in the flights is so popular now, but some people, like Conor,
55.
they don't use them. They will stick with the old style foldable flights because these can be somewhat rigid.
100.
Some people love them, some people don't. So much kit out there these days. It can be quite difficult to choose.
60.
And when you find something that works, you stick with it. And that is exactly what Conor does. These are the same darts that he used for his first 9-darter in Southampton in our previous studio. And he's had 2 in this building since then.
We are still waiting for that elusive 9-dart finish in front of an audience on a Saturday at the Super Series. It's worth the £2 just to keep coming saying, I was there, when it will inevitably happen.
It's going to happen on a Champions Night, I can feel it. It's going to happen at the end of
70.
next month.
Tommy requires 16. Game shot on the full flag.
Well
Tom
square in
Lonsdale.
this one.
Yeah, good doubling in this game as well. 50% so
Fifth
far
leg,
for
it's
Connor.
to throw
And
first.
Tom, not scruffy at all. 2 hits from 3.
Just to remind you of the order of play. Next up, a match between two players who've got
60.
an age gap of nigh on 40 years in Simon Adams and Thomas Banks. That is the beauty of darts and
60.
the Super Series here. Opportunities for all. And after that, the two ADC Europe reps go head-to-head in their opening encounter. A return for Moreno Blanc
96.
and a debut for Stefan Hendrik.
$96.
That's a wicked deflection there for Tom. But it does get him exactly level on points. Tom has made a
84.
Saturday previously from his 2 attempts. He'd like to make that 2 Saturdays from 3 attempts by the end of the week and have a crack at getting to Champions Week in less than a month.
Trying to hunt his way past that one.
82.
Didn't have too much choice really, did he? But it was difficult.
95.
Yeah, if he goes elsewhere, he's pretty much looking for 2 trebles, whereas if you stay straight and try and find your way through to that 60, it's just the one that you need.
125.
The fact that he's got 2 there puts Tom into the left corner.
78.
And he's had
Connie
2
required
vital misses at
53.
double in this match. Double top for Connor. And now
13.
Tom can make up
Connie
for that
required
miss
32.
and take the lead 3-2, which he
Game
does
shot on
very,
the
very
fifth leg.
quickly.
Tom Lonsdale.
With the break of throwing, what he will be hoping was the penultimate leg of this game. He'll
Sixth
serve
leg,
it out
it's Tom
now.
to throw first. Game on.
We saw last week in Group A 2 players just exchange blows all the way through. Connor
60.
Scutt and Ashley Coleman, who I think kind of pushed each other along. Eventually, Scutt won it on leg difference.
What did you make of Coleman last week?
137.
Much improved, actually. I think that he said something in the excellent On the Hockey feature available to view
98.
here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. Do look out for that. That he didn't want to just be known as a player who got invited because he is well known on social media.
98.
And I think he did show himself as a very good dart player last week.
57.
I would concur with that. But I think what Ashley needs to do is continue to improve. Next step for him, make a final. Don't automatically think that you have to win is the next step. Just micro steps are good. Just look at Connor. It's probably not a bad muse for Coleman.
174.
That's not a bad muse either. And it could be a masterpiece if he takes out the 112, because that would give him his first 2 points of the week against the favourite.
94.
Yeah, some of those odds that we
Tommy
saw
required
for the week might be
112.
shuffling after this performance from Tom Lonsdale.
87. Connie required
Went 42 bull. And that was a very wise play, considering he couldn't see the 60 with dart number 2. This would be wise. And it's a hard one over the hurdle. Oh, and he just hits
94.
Beecher's
Tommy
Brook.
required 25.
So it could be match point Lonsdale.
It is. Oh,
No score.
well, that is really
Connie
unlucky.
required 20.
That bold play in the previous visit. And then he's hit the wrong double. Is he going to be punished brutally? You would expect
Game
him to
shot the
be
sixth flag. Connor
by the
Heenan.
favourite, who will now throw for the win himself.
7th and
That was
final leg. It's
interesting,
Connor
Paul,
to
that-
throw first.
That
Game on.
42 bullseye attempt, because he could have gone for treble 18 and left a double.
Yeah, treble 18, double 19 is the favoured calculating route.
180.
And you've got the blocker there. The thing that's standing in Tom's way right now is Heenan getting a perfect start in the 7th leg.
140.
Isn't this encouraging for this group? I know the averages are only mid to high 80s, but this is promising.
95.
I think what it proves as well
60.
with Tom is that he thinks outside the box. And this week we'll be on watch for that, if indeed some of the shots that he leaves are a bit more difficult.
180.
Two 180s in the last leg of the contest, and now he's got 46 to put Tom Lonsdale on the shelf in game number 1.
In the leg, he's not really got any right to be playing. Total turnaround. The fine margins on display in this opening encounter.
6.
He will return.
He'll be happy about that, but with his opponent on what?
140. Connie required 40.
Can he get it done at the second visit?
Game.
Great result for Conor Heenahan, and a great
Conor
leg as well
Heenahan.
to finish what is one of the strongest fixtures you will see this week. Conor, the only weekly winner who is playing in week number 9 here in Series 8, and after a minor scare, he does get himself through with an 85 average, and 1 out of every 3 darts are double successful. Highest checkout, the equivalent of a bullseye. And now we go through to our second game of the day, and it's a welcome back to Simon Adams of South Africa, taking on young Thomas Banks.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and welcome back to Simon Adams, the South African ace, the first ever to play on the Super Series stage. Has been followed by Devon Peterson, the best known South African player, and will be followed by another South African player as well. In this series, we're going to have the African qualifier, Kendrick Kurdom. But Adams back by invitation, played in the World Seniors qualifiers at the weekend. Another landmark moment for him, plenty to talk about when it comes to the Saint, and we'll do that during the course of this match and his others today. But he takes on a man almost 40 years his junior in Thomas Banks, the Bulldog, who has been playing some decent stuff, and maybe growing up in the shadow of a certain Luke Littler might be a good thing for fellow teenage talents.
Could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. Depends how you look at it. Because at his age, people will say, well, Luke can do it.
Simon to throw first.
Can you?
Game on.
We who work in the industry, we don't look at it like that. We look at it slightly differently. One person takes all the headlines, and you aren't necessarily living in the shadow of someone. You're letting someone take the limelight, and you can just do your thing with a little less pressure. And stuff like that is why he's here.
And Adams, under no illusions as to the challenge that he and his other opponents in this group will give him.
100.
Do you get the feeling that Simon will be a little bit more relaxed this time around? Because when he was here last, it was just prior to the World Championship at Ali Pali, start of his first real push in front of the cameras. And this time, he can settle in and possibly make another Saturday, because he did make Saturday when he was here last December.
Yeah, if you've ever spoken to him, and I did, for the Super Series YouTube channel, that video available in full. In fact, I shared it on my own social media yesterday, if you want to look for that.
Simon require
He's such a humble guy and such a grateful guy. He will just take it in his stride, won't he? Every opportunity he sees as a gift.
I'm not sure a treble 5 is a gift.
100.
But he has set that one up well. And what is a fabulous first leg.
Considering that
89.
Thomas Banks opened it with a maximum, for Adams to have this opportunity after a dozen darts is absolutely first class from the Saints, who has it in his hands.
That
hasn't got the leg in his hands just yet.
72.
That would have worked had he hit it, wouldn't it, Paul? Wait for the celebration. Will it be Banks celebrating instead?
Game shot on the
It is.
first leg. Thomas Banks.
He's definitely got a bounce in his step as young Thomas.
Second leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
He has not made a Saturday here yet. This is his second turn in a Super Series week.
96.
But even looking at his technique, which I believe is on the evolutionary scale, it looks better now than the last time for me. And I don't think you can judge any 15, 16-year-old in the world on their technique.
100.
And my coaching philosophy, Murph, is that your throw is going to evolve until you stop growing.
96.
So Thomas's throw now, I'm positive, will be different to when he's 21 and when he stopped growing. But it's important to let him evolve. And I already see improvement from the last time he was here.
And there's definitely been an improvement when you look at his averages on the development tour, for instance. When he was here last, a lot of the averages were in the 70s. They're more regular in the 80s now, sometimes
80.
in the 90s. Certainly have been great strides.
And I'm sure he's grateful for getting this additional opportunity to get more experience against different players.
Yeah, and let's not forget, he qualified
60.
to be here, made it through the ADC qualifiers.
And considering some of the players he plays with, that is not easy.
59.
Adams looking to put pressure on. Only 31 behind with these in hand. So he's already got himself in front.
Should go 25 and bull with the last start, but
100.
how many times do we say that senior
107.
players 50 and older don't do the bulls at the end of that trick, but you do the bulls at the end of this one.
145.
No bullseye for the Bulldog.
Simon in
Adams
requires
now
61.
maybe hoping to avoid hitting the ball if he chooses to go that route. No, plays it a different way for double 8.
45.
And another chance for
Thomas
Banks.
require 25.
Ah, he's one of those 5 double 10 guys. And that's why.
James on the second leg.
It's a risky play in
Thomas
my
Banks.
opinion, because when you split the 10s on that shot,
Third leg, it's Simon
and you're going
to
for
throw
double 5 with a
first.
dart in the way, I don't
Game
think
on.
that's prudent at all. But if you hit the double 10, all is well. And 2-0, more as well.
Adams here is playing fantastic. He's playing
125.
better than we saw him play when he was here last time. Better than we saw him play at the World Championship. He's actually averaging over 100 now.
99.
And he's had 5 darts a double. So what does that say about Thomas? Getting his chance, he's taking his chance. And all he's got to do now is replicate what he's done in the first 2 legs to get his first win of the week.
99.
I don't think Simon's the kind of player that if he does lose his first and or second
57.
game, he's not going to be too downhearted about it. He's not going to take it too personally. I think his philosophy in life is something we can all take something from.
100.
Very good grouping around that 60 over the last 2.5 legs. And that's why he's on 177 after 9.
43.
And what an incredible life he's lived. Simon Adams grew up in South Africa, of course, under the apartheid regime. Literally had to hide in kitchens of darts venues when the police came in because he wasn't allowed to be playing under those laws that are thankfully a thing of the past.
140.
But always had that talent and that love for darts, and now uses it to teach others, to bring
94.
other youngsters on
Simon required
in
37.
academies and school programs in South Africa, because he was kind of the only one of his era, the only kid that was playing darts. Now it's a really common thing. Thanks to him, thanks to Devon Peterson. He has to teach them the maths as well. 99.
19.
Well, that was low and left as well. At least Thomas Banks can't pounce from 208.
99.
This is
Simon,
tricky.
you require 18.
He does have his own pre-throw routine. He's got to find a double. And that double is double 4 this time.
Game shot on the third leg.
First one of the week.
Simon Adams.
He looks almost embarrassed to take that leg in 18 darts. It just goes to show how well he's scoring.
First. Game on.
That leg was 18 darts and he had 4 missed darts at double in it.
96.
I can't imagine what it was like in South Africa pre-1989. Must have been so difficult. And so many things have been written since then about
81.
people who have succeeded. But my first coach, who was from South
96.
Africa, a guy called Ruben Schulder, who we sadly lost the last couple of years, he taught me in Australia. He moved to Australia and he thrived. And he was just a local player, but a very, very good one. And he knew everything about this sport well before
125.
I even knew that darts coaches existed. This guy taught me an awful lot at the Maroondah Social Darts
57.
Association, and he was influential to a lot of people, the same way that Simon is.
I wonder what that was. I thought it seemed an extraordinarily large flight Owen was handing him then.
I thought he was handing him some sort of mid-game snack.
I think it's a sponsorship patch.
Somebody get the Pritt stick.
60. $100.
Now, Banks has taken big finishes out on this stage before,
100.
including this one.
152.
He can't do it again. He's already missed a 170 on the bull in this match.
Simon and require 130.
He's definitely brought his finishing boots, that's for sure. So Simon might be on watch here. If he doesn't take the 135, he could well be 3-1 down.
Well, Treble 20 gives Adams a go at the bullseye here. Oh, beautiful.
On the full
Beautiful.
flag. Simon Adams.
I mentioned that interview that he did last time he was here, Simon Adams, as well. He
Simon
explained
to throw
that
first.
celebration, so another reason to watch that. But it's a
Game on.
form of prayer, of gratitude. He doesn't believe in celebrating at the expense of your opponent. He sort of gives thanks rather than gives it large.
60.
I think that says everything about who he is. He's not selfish, he's selfless.
100.
In a game that you've got to be very selfish. I think South African dart players that, some of them haven't had the amount of praise that they deserve over the years.
121.
Darts in South Africa did not start with Devon Peterson. As much as he's done the most for South Africa,
43.
there have been others who have done their bit. And I think it's important to pay homage to them this week. The likes of Warwick Sheffer, Wynand Havenga, who was the first South African player to win at a World Championship.
100.
And my good old friend Charlie Losper, who is still a great player. Did you get the
42.
benefit of meeting Charlie, Chris?
I can't say I did.
What a guy. I'll tell you a Charles Losper story in the next leg. It's my favourite one, or one of my favourite ones anyway.
85.
Such a lovely man and cracking dart player.
We are, of course, thrilled here at the Modus Super Series to have announced recently this link up with the African Darts Group, meaning there
59.
will be an African qualifier in every
Simon and
series.
require 135.
Kendrick Kerdum will be in week 12 of this series, a qualifier for next series announced in due course. Now Simon Adams is looking to do exactly what he did in the previous leg. Won't this time, but it won't matter.
63.
He has weathered the storm a little bit in this match. And Thomas Banks is being somewhat blown away in the first 9
44.
or the first 12.
Simon requires
And
72.
he could be relinquishing the lead. But based on chances in this match, Adams could have won this match by now already. Double top.
Game shot on the fifth.
Nothing
leg.
wrong with that.
Simon Adams.
And after some early misses at double, he's figured it out and is now ahead.
Sixth leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
It will look like it was going to be the perfect start for Banks. Instead, Adams now a leg away from the victory.
85.
Now we're just seeing a little bit of frustration appearing in the throw of Thomas here.
I think he's just got to dig his heels in a little bit and realise that this is a long haul format. Might be short format matches.
140.
This is not his first time at this hockey. He knows exactly what is to come.
I almost get the sense,
93.
just the way that he's thrown his first 6 starts this leg, that he almost thinks, I need to sort this out as quickly as possible, and he's then ending up rushing the darts that he throws.
I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll save the Charles Losper story for later, because
140.
the more prevalent thing right now is that there is a big age gap between these two, and you've got possibly one of the most patient dart players
140.
of the last generation in Simon Adams, and then you've got a whole host of young stars coming through right now who can be accused of having very little patience because they're doing things like this before they can even go to the bar.
Well, he's played fantastic stuff throughout this game.
99.
Adams, an outsider in this group, but this performance tells you otherwise. 95 the average, 17 three-figure scores, including a
100.
135 checkout. And he's missed
Simon
loads of darts
McGuire,
at double as well. This could be
122.
easily in three figures.
He's not looking for 3, he's looking for 4, as in legs. And 4 18s gives him a match dart at something very familiar.
And there it is again.
Shot and the match.
Exceptional
Simon
Adams beats Bulldog Banks in the opening match between the pair. A couple of big bullseye finishers there. That one for a 12 dart leg that sees the Saints pick up the points on his return to the Super Series. Simon Adams averaging 96.13 in the end. That is despite 8 missed darts at double and those 2 ton-topping checkouts completed on the bull. Perfect start for the South African on his return. Coming next are 2 European representatives, Stefan Hendrick and Moreno Blom in Game 3.
Ball 1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly. And ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
So the third game about to get underway after a tasty 2. Speaking of tasty, look at those fries on the back of the shirt of the debutant and the front as well. Wow. That is one of the best garments I've seen so far. Heard of a chip on the shoulder, but not on the back and the belly. Stefan Hendrik is the man donning the frites. The Belgian 50-year-old taking on the 22-year-old rapid player Moreno Blom of the Netherlands, and he is super speedy. So you might not want to blink during this one.
When you've got a man who's wearing a shirt with chips on it,
First leg,
we
it's
are
Stefan
desperate
to
for
throw
him
first.
to have a 170 finish this week,
Game
aren't we?
on.
Because it will be a big fish from chips.
Very good. I've had ketchup and mayo on my shirt before, but
55.
not when I bought it.
This one is going to be fast.
60.
We all know Moreno Blom. He's been here before. He has made 2 Saturdays from 3 attempts. He is seriously
41.
quick, seriously streaky, but he has got a capability of being very, very good.
140.
Someone who played in the Dutch Darts Championship earlier this year and played a
100.
whirlwind game and won. But the next day, he was up there for about
42.
10 minutes against Chris Dobie and lost. So we could get anything for Moreno this week. As for Stefan,
83.
I think it's one of those let's see what he can do weeks.
59.
Yeah, Moreno will remember this stage. Hasn't played recently, but 3 previous appearances. Twice he made it to finals night as well. So
121.
don't write him off of getting it there again.
140. Stephanie McCoy, 101.
Yeah, good luck to the spotters this week and good luck to the referee with games like this. But this is tops
Game
and an
shot
early
the
tongue plus
first leg.
checkout
Stefan
for the
Hendrik.
man with chips on his shirt. And those chips are winking right now as if to say, yep,
Second leg is Moreno to
101.
throw first. Game on.
I'll have one of them.
Chipped out the checkout.
45.
Do you know any dart players that were called Fish, by the way? Because then you could have Fish versus
41.
chips.
Jerry Hendricks once felt like a fish, didn't he?
Graham Stoddart was the Fish.
91.
His nickname was technically the Shark, but we all called him Fish. And Graham would always say,
41.
for shots like that 101, sound as a fish cake, lad.
Some of our commentary colleagues here at the Super Series have
99.
been known to wail from time to time.
$100.
Stefan is just the gift that keeps on giving, isn't he? Thanks for coming, Stefan. You've been here for a leg and a half,
135.
and we are loving what you've brought already. In fact, this morning, he did something that was a little bit strange.
140. Moreno, 131.
We'll get into that in the next leg, which might be in about 10 seconds from now.
91.
And that's based on the fact that they've both got another visit to come.
133. Moreno, you require 40. Game shot. in the
There you
second
go.
leg.
That was about 10
Moreno
seconds.
Yeah, I've heard of speed dating before. This is speed darting. I've enjoyed our
Stefan
little
to throw first.
liaison. On to the
Game.
next one.
Yeah, before play started today, Stefan was practicing in shorts, which is within the rules,
40.
because when it is Tour de Hockey, you have to have certain attire. But things are going to get
49.
quite warm in Portsmouth this week. We're going to go up to about 27 degrees. And the players are very fortunate to have a nice
59.
air-conditioned practice room with lots of space. But when they come out here, it's going to be a bit warmer.
60.
Yeah, heat wave incoming. My advice is draw the curtains,
80.
stick your best fan on, and settle down and watch the Super Series every day this week.
100.
And wherever you are tuning in from, it might not be in the south of England. You might be from Australasia or North America or
57.
the Far East or somewhere else in Europe or Africa. Get in touch with us if
56.
you want to comment on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel.
58.
I had no idea that Hendrick was this quick. But we all knew that Moreno was that fast.
140.
This is like watching a Grand Prix instead of a game of darts. This game should have sound effects.
196.
The result will be the result, though. No disqualification after the match.
56. Defending record 107.
Who wins the third lap?
71. Right now require 40.
Double top. In a flash.
Game shot
And
the third
2-1
leg.
up after losing the
Moreno
first
block.
leg. Very well done from Moreno, who has got a
Fourth leg, it's
burgeoning
Moreno to throw
CV
third.
in
Game.
darts, but a lot of people think that, and these are the people who, you know, they want dart players to
100.
be explosive from the start. They think that maybe he's underachieved so far. I don't subscribe to that.
60.
I think he's getting experience at a nice, sustainable pace.
97.
Not everybody does what Littler has done, or Humphreys, or Vandenberg. He's someone who has
60.
played multiple tours over the last couple of years. He's had some success.
97.
But I don't think he wants to go waist deep into pro darts until he feels he's absolutely ready. And I can get that.
100.
And the best example of that right now is Nico Springer. Because he won again on the development tour at the weekend.
134.
He's got a stack of those titles now. And we still haven't even seen him here. All in good
60.
time.
Right now record 73.
66 remaining, but doesn't need to go 16 bull with
33.
Hendrick not in finishing range. After that brilliant start, the 101
60.
checkout,
Running
it's been
required
one-way
40.
traffic really since then.
Game shot on the fourth
Oh, look,
leg.
it's another left-hander who's
Moreno
really
block.
good at double 10. There's a pattern for you. Think about
Good
all
leg,
those
it's
great lefties
Stefan
who are
to
good
throw
at double
first.
10.
Game.
Most of them. And a 3-1 lead for Blom, who's looking to join Heenahan and Adams on 2 points after round
44.
1, which has been really, really good.
Well, a couple of questions for you in the chat, Paul.
100.
I'll ask them both and let you answer them both. One is, are we going to see you on the stage anytime soon? And the second is from your
44.
A-listers Australia, asking if you have got any more Aussies in mind for playing here on the Super Series stage.
57.
I actually do have someone in mind, but it's a question of whether they can do it and whether they qualify, of course.
100.
Somewhat biased because I've known Stuart Coburn since he was a kid.
100.
And he now has started to win on the DPA circuit, which is the affiliate tour with the PDC. I think Stuart Coburn will be a fabulous addition to a week here.
125.
As for the other one, we'll see.
Might be on the stage on Saturday night, but with a
140.
microphone in his hand. Well, this one could be over after the next 3 darts.
131. Right now 104.
I like it. Does he like it a lot?
84. Stepping in
Double
required.
10 is left for the
56.
match if Stefan does not find double 15.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Well, this is a
Stefan
little
Hendrick.
bit of everything. Can't get enough of this game.
Sixth leg gets Moreno to throw first. Game.
It actually hasn't quite had the quality we saw from the previous match, but
59.
something about speed that makes darts matches look better.
I couldn't agree more. Imagine if this quality of game where Stefan is averaging 78, Moreno's in the
78.
mid-80s. If this had been two slow players, let's face facts, it would be a bit of a
92.
trudge.
Yes, speed makes everything better. Don't clip that out of context, by the way. Don't do it, kids.
82.
Yes, don't get behind the wheel of something unless you've got a license.
100.
Do my eyes deceive me, or do these darts look very similar to those of
180.
Conor Heenan?
Well, that's the first 180 of this game, believe it or not.
96, Stephanie Record 161.
A well-timed one as well.
57, right now record 154.
Stefan, the sole Belgian player here this week.
46.
We'll have a
Stephanie
couple of
Record
Dutchies here. In Moreno and Mike van Dyvenbode, the pigeon. This is to take us all the way.
64.
And this is to end it.
Excellent dart, that is.
94.
To give himself a
Stephanie
go. He had
Record,
to navigate a blocker there. Did so successfully. Couldn't finish the job.
Game shot on the
But
sixth.
if he's going to do that, he's going to have to break
Hendrick.
through in the last leg decider.
7th and final leg, it's Stefan to throw first. Game on.
Do you know something? We're very well travelled, Murph, and we've been to a lot of countries in Europe. We've been to Belgium, we've been to the
43.
Netherlands, we've been all over the place. And one of the lesser known things about Belgium is just how good their
95.
chips are. You might think America, Canada, UK because of the fish and chip culture, Australia maybe,
100.
New Zealand have got great chips, but I've heard from other sources that, no pun intended, that Belgium has the
99.
best.
Well, there's one for our YouTube channel, isn't it? Let's do taste tests on chips. Well, there are the darts, Paul. You said
95.
similarities.
They're tapered towards the end, and when Stefan plays Connor,
140.
and that's in game 12, we can get a really good close look. I don't think they're exactly the same, but they're very similar.
127. Right here, 167.
Well, this would be some way to finish the match, a 1-3-6.
41.
After everything we've seen
136.
since the 101 was taken in the first leg by Stefan.
45. Right here,
Moreno gets a look at
126.
126, treble 19, and still having to hunt it down. Big adjustment, too big.
40. Stephanie McCoy, 91.
Who's going to get the chance to win the match? Is it going to be Stefan? It is not. So the odds
32.
do state that Blom gets a
Right
shot
here,
at the bull here
186.
at worst. He's not going to get a shot at the bull, but he is going to get a shot at tops.
66. Stephanie McCoy,
Been
59.
a bit of a topsy-turvy one, this, but this would be the perfect debut display for Hendrick. If he can find tops, he
39.
can't. Blom
Right here,
gets a
McCoy,
reprieve.
20.
Double 10 was kind to him earlier, and he
Game
finds it
shot
again
on the
for an
match.
opening
Moreno
win.
block.
Hendrick will rue those missed opportunities of his own, but in that speedy Super Series showdown, it is Moreno Blom who picks up the points, winning a last leg decider. Decent on the doubling, 4 out of 10. 5 140s for him. Just the 180 came from his opponent, who did get match darts but couldn't take the opportunity. And it is Blom who picks up the points, joining Simon Adams and Conor Heenahan in doing so. And Adams is back in action next. He takes on Tom Lonsdale.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat.
What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the mark.
He gets the job
Andreas
done
Harrison.
in the end. He's nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg.
Shot on the fourth flag.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanowski.
Only needs the one. And there you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality comparison. This would be a wake up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Dan Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
The fifth leg. Shot on the
It's not an
sixth
11,
leg.
but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Well, that is round number 1 in the books for week number 9 in Series 8. And if round 2 is just as good as that one, we're in for a bit of a treat because we almost had maximum legs. And Simon Adams, I think, is going to be a hit in the practice room this week. He is someone who looks at the glass is not half full, the glass is full all of the time. And things weren't too bad in round 1 for him. Taking out Thomas Banks after missing a few darts at double at the start, he actually turned things around to make it look very respectable, Murph, at getting 4 from 12.
Yeah, including those 2 big bullseye finishes, a 1-3-5 and a 1-2-2 to win the
First
match.
leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
So he'll be very happy with how things have started. Adams, who, of course, did appear at the World Championship
96.
not long after playing here on his Modus Super Series debut.
Yeah, I'm not sure you ever forget your debut performance at Alexandra Palace, but it didn't really go to plan for Simon losing out to Ricky Evans. We know that he can play a lot
100.
better than he did in that match, but I'm sure he'll be hoping that he can make a return there someday.
Yeah, average was just 75 on that occasion.
140.
But he still enjoyed the experience. Took a lot of photos with a lot of top professionals. He does do that wherever he goes, doesn't he? Gets them to do the Simon Adams signature celebration with him.
30.
Not much to celebrate in that visit, mind.
Not a great deal to celebrate for Tom in his first game.
53.
Even though he didn't play that badly at all. Average just shy of 90. 1 maximum and 33% in his doubles, but didn't get the win against Heenahan. And he really could have. He gave himself a window of opportunity. He just couldn't
43.
find the final couple of blows. From Bridgewater, which is down in Somerset.
121.
Always seem to pass Bridgewater on the way to Minehead every March and every November.
Every time I've driven to Minehead, you seem to pass
95.
the same things a few times, like an episode of Scooby-Doo driving there.
This is going to be a nice setup from Tom.
51.
Can't hit a single 20 better than that. And now that everybody's had one match with a decent amount of legs, now it's about repetition and trying to do the right things over and over again.
180.
Well, that was an example of repetition, wasn't it? The second and
shot
third
the
darts
first
followed the
Tom
first, but
Lonsdale.
Lonsdale finds the double, having put himself in a strong position, and wins
Second leg, it's
the
Simon
opening
to
leg.
throw first. Game on.
I wonder where darts is going to be in the next 10 years, Murph, because I look at some of the things that are happening around the world via the ADC, and with the use of the World Series, which is going to Australia, next Monday. That's where all the people are travelling to, going to Wollongong, the epicentre of Australian darts in the Dart Players Australia circuit. And then off to Hamilton in New Zealand after that. And they've got a world number 1 at the minute, haven't they? And Ben Robb. I saw Ben in Frankfurt a few weeks back. I walked straight up and I said, so how's the world number 1 then? He looked almost shy about it. And Damon Hetta was giving him some real stick about it as well.
Speaking of world number 1s, you may have seen on our social media that a certain Luke Humphreys has been in this building very recently. If you're wondering what he was doing here, watch this space. Make sure you are subscribed to the YouTube channel and following all of our other accounts. Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok.
Such a lovely action that Tom has. On the release, it's a little whippy. And what I mean by that is there's a tiny bit of wrist flexion in there, but it's the kind that seems to work. Every now and again, Simon does have a dart like that.
85.
But he doesn't make many mistakes. He's lost his sponsors patch again. Maybe it's a ploy. And maybe leave him 135 as a ploy. It's the 3rd time he's done it today.
140.
And each time he's had a go at the bullseye.
Simon McGuire, 135.
Once with success, once without. This time he hits the ball at the start of the combination, so he wants treble 15. It's a long way off.
75. Tommy McGuire, 103.
First start was a beauty. Second one was not. And Tom's not going to get a shot in this visit to take a 2-0 lead.
Simon 60.
Simon can't afford any mistakes right here. Will he be looking at his palms or not?
Game shot on the second.
Certainly will.
Simon Adams.
All square in this
Then
one.
against Tom to throw first.
You notice the darts that Simon uses? They're an old Simon Whitlock dart. And, in a strange twist, they used to be used by Connor Scott, who won on Saturday night.
Mention on the Oki series that is available here on our Modus Super Series YouTube channel, and you mentioned Simon Whitlock. There's an episode featuring him and his son Mason. Really engaging viewing, actually, to see that dynamic between the pair. So if you haven't seen that yet, do give it a view. I know many of you have already.
Makes me wonder
99.
what the team are going to come up with next, as to where they're going to go, who they're going to speak to. It's not just about darts these days. You don't just watch people play. You want to see how they prepare. You want to know their story. And
45.
the best way to get the story about dart players and their affiliates is to speak to them personally. That's what makes those snippets on YouTube and
59.
those feature-length documentaries so good, because you get the truth and you get the real story.
Yeah, absolutely. A few episodes out, many more on their way. We just saw a look at the Adams darts from the side there.
140.
Just taken out a 60 checkout. And one of the things that is noticeable is they do land pretty much flat in the board, which means he's got
134.
a slight advantage that he can go over or under a dart.
It's known in the industry as the Terry Jenkins quality, because he had that knack. A very similar flat trajectory from Simon, like our old pal TJ.
43.
Oh, that could be costly.
120.
Well, maybe not. That was a great recovery from Tom. He has been playing some challenge tour darts this year. Hasn't really been pulling up many trees, but the thing about this place is it can sometimes bring the best out of people. And I think Tom's one of those players who feels more comfortable here than some other places.
Game shot on the
Comfortable
further.
much?
Tom Lonsdale. Fourth leg, it's Simon to throw first.
I see he hasn't been pulling up many
Gable.
trees. He is actually in the top 40 of the Challenge Tour averages this year. But his performances, he won't be happy with them. Best top 64 3 times. He's not even made the last 32 yet.
It's an interesting comparison now, isn't it, actually, to look at the rankings versus the averages, because where in an individual match an average can be misleading, over a number of matches getting that average, it becomes quite accurate. And there are some players who haven't got the results they maybe deserve from the performances, and others where their results exceed what the stats say.
I think that's fair. And some people choose the Challenge Tour to play at the start of the season, but then don't go back to it for whatever reason.
140.
And two examples of that are Tom Sykes and Darren Webster. Sykes is employing different methods in his getting up the ladder. He's actually only played 9 games on the Challenge Tour this year, whereas Tom has played 16 and he hasn't even had that much success yet. But you know who's top of the Challenge Tour averages? It's that named Connor Scott again.
100.
92.99, and he averaged over 90 for last week, which has ensured him of a place in Group A come the end of August.
140. Simon Iroquois, 161.
Well, this would be something. To throw level at 2-2, which is exactly what he did in his previous match against Banks.
$56.
Well, this time he did employ the bullseye, but not to great effect. So there is an opportunity here for Lonsdale to get himself in a better position.
83. Simon Iroquois, 105.
He'll have to settle for a similar position.
Oh, that's a disaster. Means he cannot finish. Had he hit the single one, he would have still had an opportunity to do so.
40. Tommy Iroquois, 120.
Big single needed, and oh boy, there's that collision again. I make that the third collision he's
80.
had so far
Simon
today.
Iroquois, 65.
Now, why is that happening? And he did, somewhat fortunately, miss the 60 with his second dart there. He could have bust it. Not once, but twice.
Game shot on the
And the fourth leg goes the way of
Simon
Adams after a bit of a scare. And we haven't had a missed dart at double yet.
Both these players are playing well today.
It's Tom to throw first.
We're seeing this group might be closer than everyone thought. Lonsdale had the opportunity to beat Conor Heenan and couldn't quite take it. But both he and Simon Adams averaging sort of high 80s, low 90s across the first couple of games. Well, Adams was even better than that in his first game. Averaged 96, didn't he?
Well, that's the kind of standard that can do an awful lot of damage, not just in a Group A scenario,
100.
but week long. Every now and again, though, we do get someone who comes and blasts in a 93, 94, even something better than that.
140.
But they are rare occurrences. When Greaves came here for the first time, she was unbelievable. We saw it from Littler, of course.
74.
We've seen it from others, like Dom Taylor last year, where he was averaging 100 in a group.
Well, let's just remind you what we told you at the start of the show today, that Connor Scott on Saturday became the only player so far this series, the only winner, to have averaged more than 90 for the week.
59.
So far. Because we do still have 3 more qualifying weeks after this.
And it was, of course, a week that included a standout performance,
60.
an average of more than 120
72.
from Connor Scott, the second highest we've ever seen here. Double 12.
Game shot on the fifth
Good leg from Lonsdale.
By the way, when Connor got that 120 plus average the other day, I was curious because he had missed darts at double in that match. If he'd been perfect on doubles in that match, he would have broken 127. You think Daryl Pilgrim's really happy that he missed those darts at double?
Connor knows Daryl well. He referenced him when he spoke about it. There is another player actually I
60.
wanted to ask you about. You made a point earlier about Ashley Coleman's progression, and we also spoke about Conor Heenan in the previous series,
140.
breaking new ground by winning a week. Fallon Sherrock, it's starting to become a thing, isn't it? Not actually crossing the line here at the Super Series.
Yeah, I think she's getting a bit annoyed by it, and fairly so.
60.
But what Matthew Edgar was saying to you on Saturday night about the fact that she constantly gives herself the chance to do so, got to give her credit for that first and foremost.
125.
But she desperately wants to tick this off her list to be part of a Champions Week. And probably more so knowing that Bo's done it.
Absolutely. There can only be one winner. That's the tough nature of these Super Series weeks. But there is
85.
no shame in taking silver or bronze.
Ask Adam Peaty last night. Lost out
59.
in the silver medal position to someone who beat him by 0.02 of a second in the Olympics in Paris. And he wasn't seeing anything negative at the end. He said he was crying happy tears. I wonder if someone's
55.
going to be crying happy tears at the end of this week.
$82.
Now, what comes next from Lonsdale might depend on what Simon does. So it should be a leave of a finish now.
85.
Curious.
Require 95.
What does he do on 95? He does this. This is really smart.
63.
And almost
So I'm gonna
match-winning
require
smart.
156.
The match could be won when Lonsdale steps back
50.
to the hockey.
Tommy require 32.
Double 16 becomes double 8. And that one in off the post.
Match. Tom
And
Lonsdale.
Lonsdale picks up points. Adams had already done so, but he's on the wrong end of that result, which sees Tom Lonsdale record his first victory on Monday morning at the Modus Super Series. 4-2 in the end. 50% success rate on doubles. Adams only had 2 darts at the outer ring, hit them both. However, it is Lonsdale who is off the mark at the end of that match. And coming next, Moreno Blom is going to take on Conor Heenan.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. races through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game with that five-face dominated throughout.
Welcome back. 4 games have been completed here at the Super Series on week 9 of Series 8. Conor Heenan, Moreno Blom, both winning their opening matches. Simon Adams and Tom Lonsdale both have victories to their name as well. Each of these doing it in last leg deciders, and this should be another pacey affair.
It's a fairly young affair, and it will be pacey. I just wonder who it's going to suit the most.
First leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Well, Blum did get off the mark in round number 1. 4-3 win against
60.
Stefan Hendrik. And now we've only got 2 players who don't have points in this table at the early stage.
85.
And they're going to play each other next. So this, by virtue of those 2 playing next, means that someone
57.
from this match is going to lead after round 2.
Remember, Heenan a strong favourite to win this group, a strong favourite to win this week.
60.
Expected to dominate this group.
And sometimes that comes with a bit of pressure. I didn't mean to put him under pressure when I interviewed him this morning by saying because he's the only weekly winner this week that maybe he's the one that's expected to do it again. But what we have seen in this series is that 3 players have found more success and 5 players have got their first weekly title. So by probabilities, it could well be another person getting their first win. Strange look there from Moreno, as if to say, why have I left 104? Well, you had a shot at it in your first match.
140.
And you did get the 16s you needed. He's done that again.
64. Conor require.
And now he gives Conor a shot at that very same thing.
Goes the same way, but he's changing his tack now. He thinks he's blocked that treble a little, and it proved to be a good choice.
The first leg.
Sometimes the diversion is the best route.
Second leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game.
I do get the feeling sometimes that Blom is so eager to get on with things that he will probably despise the 10-second gap between legs more than anybody. I've got to give him credit, though. The last 3 seasons, he's won at least 1 title on the WDF Tour. And he seems to have a bit of a sweet spot in Europe. It's Austria,
95.
Hungary, and Serbia. They're all very close together. He won the Royal Grafenegg Masters this year. He won the Hungarian Classic in 2022, the Budapest Classic in 2023, and the Zlatibor Darts Classic
59
this year, which is a Serbian event. That was an event that our friend Matthew Edgar went to, and it was a bit chilly.
40.
Yeah, kind of on the other side of the coin, Conor Heenan has kind of made all of his impact here, hasn't he? Or here and in our previous location in Southampton. Most of his good stuff has come out of the Super Series.
It's about 2 years now for Conor. This is 14th for tops.
$74.
You see from that camera angle just how fast his darts fly. It gives him a right old shove.
89.
All shoulder.
40.
It's a massive push he gives the dart. He doesn't throw it, he pushes it.
Is he going to push Blom aside?
Game shot the
Two
second
legs
leg.
to the good here,
Conor
Heenahan.
Yeah, it's 2 years ago when we really started to
Moreno to
understand
throw
that
first.
Conor Heenahan was a real player when it comes to this format. His brother Martin has played with us in the previous studio,
40.
and Conor at that time was saying, Martin's a better player than I am. But it's Conor that's kicked on. And ever since he made what was in our
93.
Southampton studio a Champion of Champions final against Jim McEwen, he's been knocking on the door ever since.
180.
He's been one of the mainstays of this place ever since we moved to Portsmouth. And I wouldn't be surprised when he goes to Dublin
45.
Airport that the Border Patrol people saying, oh, off to Portsmouth again, Conor.
96.
Well, we've got two of the quicker players on the Super Series stage. Let me just take a moment to say happy birthday to a
59.
certain Liam Mandel Lawrence.
41.
Take your time, Chris.
Yeah, it is his birthday today. It started 2 weeks ago, apparently. Ricky Evans also celebrating today, as is Robert
96,
Grundy, of course, who has won on this stage.
Are you being serious that Ricky Evans shares a birthday with Liam Mandel Lawrence?
Absolutely.
That is the
28.
ultimate darting irony.
Blom here has quickly raced down to a double.
85. Moreno requires 16.
Got to take it and
Game shot
does.
the third leg.
Just like
Moreno
that.
Blom.
Should nickname himself In a Flash.
We could actually
Fourth leg, it's Conor to throw
produce a
first.
first today, because there's never been a 9-dart finish hit on this day in darts history.
You were saying? No, surely not.
180.
No way is this happening, Murphy.
Would be some prediction, wouldn't it?
140.
Accusations of these matches being replayed would be levelled at us.
95.
Have you got a crystal ball receipt? Because you can return it now.
99.
Yeah, I was just looking down. Also the day that saw Gary Anderson win that marathon match play final against Mensur Suljovic.
What a day that was. What a match.
21-19, wow.
130.
Phil Taylor also won the title in 2012, beating James Wade. And 2006,
92.
beating James
Conor
Wade.
required 91.
Yeah, that was James Wade's first match play. He's been there ever since.
Double 16 here for Heenahan.
59.
Now then.
They require 170.
Didn't get the perfect leg. Will we get the perfect finish? No.
99. Conor required 32.
So for 3-1, southwest corner. Now he's got to lob it over the top of that first one. And he does a
Game shot
wonderful
the
job.
fourth leg. Conor Heenahan.
I think he recognises that Blom is dangerous. And if he's going to win this group, he's got to keep
Fifth leg,
players like
Moreno
him
to
at
throw
bay.
first. 140.
Do you remember Moreno Blom's first week here? It was that famous week where Scott Walters won all 5 games on the Thursday and lost all 5 games on the
125.
Friday. And it was Moreno Blom that found his way to Saturday at the expense of
87.
Walters.
I remember it well. I remember actually interviewing him and saying the now immortal words, well, you've done it now, haven't you? You don't really need to turn up tomorrow. Didn't realise he would take it
85.
literally. Sorry, Scott, if you're watching. He's never forgiven me for that.
He's done a lot of travelling since. And actually, he's been to a lot of tournaments with Moreno. Been going to a lot of the B and C graded WDF tournaments around Europe. Places
140.
like Latvia, Estonia, Hungary, Serbia.
128. Conor
Some
required
people like
151.
those other events as opposed to the big ones because they think they've got a better chance of winning.
Well, to have a chance of winning this
85.
match,
Moreno
Moreno
requires
Blom
62.
may well need to take out this combo. And he does
Gage
so
on the fifth
in
leg.
2 darts.
Moreno Blom.
Not just speedy, he can be very greedy
Sixth
and
leg,
very,
it's Conor
very
to throw
good.
first.
You know that game that we had with Stefan Hendrick and Moreno Blom, it was 7 legs in 12 minutes. We've had 7-leg matches here that have lasted twice as long as that.
100.
Speaking of other countries that are starting to make their presence felt in darts, not just
97.
down in the Baltics and that kind of place. I was in Iceland over the last few days.
100.
Now, there's a place for darts right now. They're darts mad. And they've got some of the most impressive facilities I've seen. And I expect, in the next
60.
decade, Iceland to bring us a player, not just at the Modus Super
59.
Series, but in World Darts to the fore, because they have the tools.
$92.
Now, is Heenahan going to win this match 4-2, or are things going to be turning
94.
around?
Connie require 150.
First chance to win. First chance gone. And there may be some sort of creativity
50
from these players this week on shots like this.
58. Connie require 102.
Well, he has at least left himself in a slightly better spot than Heenahan, but he won't get a chance if Connor can check this out.
86.
Heenahan hasn't.
Connie require 90.
Can Blom? On the ball?
51.
There's your answer.
Connie requires 60.
So Heenahan, who found a wonderful double 8 earlier in the match, now has it to win this game 4-2.
And that's exactly what he does. The favourite to win this group, to win this week, living up to that billing. He goes back-to-back in his opening 2 games. Conor Heenahan saw off Tom Lonsdale 4-3 and now defeats Moreno Blom by a couple of legs. Again, 40% on the doubles, a nice 104 in there as well. Blom stayed in it with a 62, but Heenahan crossed the line and remains perfect at the start of the day. We come to the final match of the second round of fixtures next as Thomas Banks takes on Stefan Hendrick.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Andreas Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hold himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blended, you know, my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Lishman!
Back-to-back 9 darters!
Welcome back to the Live Lounge, the home of the Modus Super Series, where we've seen some really good stuff so far on Monday morning. And we might see even more. Both of these players showed promise in their opening games, but neither could convert that promise into points. One of them has to here.
First leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Will it be the youngster, Thomas Banks, the qualifier from the ADC UK
59.
competitions, or would it be Stefan Hendrik, the Belgian, the qualifier from the European ADC competitions?
58.
It's got to be connotations with the nicknames and the names all day long, right? Because
85.
where can you take chips to the banks? Only in the casinos, I guess. Well, Stefan's going to have to go all in here
43.
in this second game of his day to try and get himself off the foot of the table.
130.
This is going to be another swift game. Does anybody play with any sort of slow methodology anymore?
100. $59.
Last week was a good week, wasn't it? So many big names that didn't win it.
60.
People like Ron Meulenkamp.
164.
Meulenkamp, O'Shea and Sherratt
94.
all tied on points in Group B.
Yeah, decent start here from Thomas.
100. Thomas, you require
He's
7.
been playing some development tour darts over the weekend. Is he finding tops with that awkward blocker?
50.
Almost gets past
Stefan,
it.
you require 140.
Oh, brilliant.
120.
Well, that would have given the Bulldog a little bit of a scare.
20. Game shot.
Leg one in the bank
Thomas Banks.
for Banks.
Do you know which other dart player was called the Bulldog?
Shane Burgess, wasn't it?
Indeed. No sign of anybody cooking roadkill here at the Modus Super Series. If you think that's a joke, it's not.
Yeah, superb autobiography. If you fancy a read.
180.
Yeah, it was called Everybody Gets 15 quid. Well, these players are hoping to get more than 15 quid this week. And they don't even have to wear red trousers. Or cook a squirrel.
Get through to Champions Week. You could be
96.
winning £25,000. Not a bad prize for a
85.
darts tournament outside of the professional circuit.
50.
Now, what's it done for the winners of this year? I mean, look at Harrison. He's just had such a great season.
81.
Not just here, but
167.
European Tour darts, Nordic and Baltic stuff's been good.
I just remember when Luke Littler won the top prize for the
27.
first time. It was actually £20,000 then, and he's on stage interview. He said, "I can't believe it. I can buy anything I want now." Actually, he can now, but £20,000, I think
140.
he was overestimating as a 16-year-old.
Well, how many 16-year-olds get 20 grand?
60.
Not many.
112.
Who's getting 112? The answer is nobody.
76. Thomas, you require 80.
It's one dart at tops.
60. Stefan, you require 36.
Double 18 to draw level. Now it's double 14. Now, that is nothing.
No score. Thomas, you require 20.
Double 10 for a 2-0 lead. And that one's been pretty kind to him so far.
Thomas Banks.
Grasping the dart from the board with aggression.
Then against Thomas to throw first.
Just got to make sure that you measure that aggression for the right moments. If you're a particularly fierce player, take it from someone who knows.
45.
It's got to be measured. In this environment, you just got to play calm. you remember when Johan Brouwer was here?
57.
And he started his campaign. It was like someone had left TNT on the Modus Super Series carpet
34.
on a Sunday morning, and it just blew up on Monday. And his name was Johan Brouwer, who, funnily enough, has just been selected for the Dutch
99.
national team. So congratulations to him.
We mentioned Luke
58.
Littler in the previous leg. Thomas Banks has had many battles with him in their fledgling careers. In fact, has pushed him close in many of those meetings, but
100.
never crossed the line in any of the significant ones. The most famous, perhaps, is that JDC Super 16 final that was played.
58.
I think it was at the Masters, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's usually Milton
Yeah.
Keynes. What was that, about 18 months ago?
140.
Yeah, January 2023.
Yeah, quite a lot's happened since then.
5-3 in Littler's favour.
135.
I have a feeling he's going to be quite popular in New Zealand and Australia. The Premier League champ.
50.
If Banks scores 3-0 up, he won't be popular to the man with chips on his shirt, as Tops is beckoning for Banks.
31.
Just a little bit too much juice on that one, or should we say, just a little bit too much vinegar.
Game shot in the third leg. Stefan Hendrick.
Found the tomato sauce.
You're opening a can of worms there, Murphy.
I do like the fact that he's
against
actually kept
Stefan
his
Sotro
nickname in
first.
his mother tongue, not adapted it to English like nearly every player seems to do, don't they?
93.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Did you ever used to watch Chips? That old
68.
80s thing with two coppers on motorbikes?
Not with any awareness. If
It
I
was
did.
terrible. It was so bad.
59.
It was as bad as Street Hawk, which was off the back of Knight Rider.
I would go with Mr. Chips if I was going to make it a nickname.
140.
He was on catchphrase, wasn't he, Mr. Chips?
We could make so much of that. What's Mr. Chips up to?
60.
That's a good shot, but it's not right.
It's the way you tell him, Paul.
51.
No, we're going to have to get Conor Heenan to say that, because he would have sounded more like Roy Walker.
140.
He's such a fierce thrower, isn't he? Cups the hand, throws it with so much ferocity. He's got a chance of 3-1 here,
80. Thomas Schiavone,
but it's a very big
142.
ask. Interesting route.
86. Stefan Hendrick, 69.
Just looks over his shoulder as if to say, whereabouts are you, Stefan? Let's find out on double six.
Game
He's
shot on
level.
the fourth leg. Stefan Hendrick.
He's a good battler, isn't he? He hasn't rolled over in either of his games.
Fifth leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
Yeah, Thomas had a couple of decent tournaments over the weekend.
180.
It's not a bad visit. His second maximum of the match. But over the course of the
60.
weekend, he lost in the quarterfinals in Development Tour 16 to Jimmy Bristow after taking out
96.
Sebastian Białecki in the last 16. Someone who's been to a final in a week here. Very recently, in fact, he lost out in week
100.
6 to Paul Hogan. And then he lost out in Development Tour 19 in the last 16 to
105.
Jack Mail, who was here just a few weeks ago. Another maximum in this match.
180. Thomas Schiavone, 120.
That's a third. Is it a third leg for Banks? That is a
100.
wonderful
Stefan
dart.
161.
That last one was so impressive. And because he finds that shot,
99.
he's now got 3
Thomas
darts at
Schiavone,
double.
120. Game shot on
The
the
second
fifth
one
leg.
gives him the
Thomas
lead.
Banks.
And he may just be clawing his way off the bottom of the table after 2 rounds at the expense
Sixth leg, it's
of Mr.
Stefan to throw
Chips.
first. Game. $57.
Great first start.
100.
There's a whole lot of vibrant flighting going on here. That's a nice pale yellow, isn't it?
100.
Whereas these things, they're MVG green.
80.
It's like a colour chart of flights today, isn't it? We've seen the luminous ones as well.
122.
Del Boy and Rodney once painted a Chinese takeaway with.
30.
And some flights look as radioactive as the water. What was it called? Peckham Spring?
65.
Yeah, that's the one. We've had them all today. Chips, catchphrase, only fools.
It's only Monday morning.
47. Stephanie McCoy, 117.
Well, this is to keep the match alive. He's got 6 darts for it, and thankfully, considering that first dart.
40.
If Banks can find something big, he could pressurise.
130.
I'd classify that as big.
77.
Oh, that one's missed by a good inch and a half.
37.
And that offers a chance for
McCoy,
Thomas
110.
to get his first points, to join Lonsdale, Adams and Blom on 2. The chance is gone, just like that.
45.
Yeah, you can see the wince
Stephanie McCoy,
in reaction. So Hendrick looking to get to 3 for the second straight game. He's done that. Can he get to 4 for the first time?
I wonder how many times Stefan's
7
been
from final leg. It's Thomas
playing
to throw
darts
first.
or
Game
maybe
on.
gone to the bank or the supermarket and they've asked for his name and they've automatically thought he's called Stefan Hendricks
99.
because of the likes of Jimmy and Jerry.
140.
Jimmy twice, by the way. The very good guitarist and the dart player.
58.
Belgian darts has never been in a better spot. They're getting their second European Tour event in the PDC in just a little over a month when the PDC will return to Antwerp.
41.
I saw an interesting interview with Brian Roman, who we've seen here recently. Kind of a little critical of Dimitri van den Berg
100.
in that now infamous match play clash with Luke Humphries. The shoulder shrugs that went on there.
57.
It was more actually about Dimitri needing more of a mean streak, because when that happened, he suddenly
95.
placated the situation very quickly, didn't he?
I don't think Dimitri's that kind of person. I just don't think he's inherently angry.
45. Stephanie McCoy, 106.
Beautiful dart. How's his tops?
66.
Oh, it almost went in to nick this match away from Banks.
This will be a frustration for Thomas Banks. He's been in good positions in both of his games, but he's lost both of his matches. As the brilliant Belgian Stefan Hendrick gets his first win on the Super Series stage. A moment to remember. The double top delivered to cross the line in the last leg decider against the throw, and he wins that one 4-3. That brings an end to our first 2 rounds of fixtures. Game 7 coming up next, and it's a meeting between Tom Lonsdale and Moreno Blom. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the first 6 matches have been completed, and Conor Heenan, the favourite to win this group, and indeed this week has won both of his 4-3 win over Tom Lonsdale and a 4-2 win over Moreno Blom. Both of those players winning games today. The only player that hasn't won a game is Thomas Banks, therefore bottom of the table on no points. Heenan has maximum points, and the rest of the field have won one of their 2 matches. 2 players that have done that are about to go head-to-head next, Lonsdale and Blom, and I expect this to be a good one.
Yeah, me too. But if you're Thomas Banks, don't be too downhearted. Things can be turned around. We've seen people lose their first 2 matches in Group A before, and they have turned it around fantastically well. It's not as if he's played badly to this point, but if he can just kick it up a little notch, he might just find a bit of success.
Game on.
But things aren't getting easier for Banks because he does have Conor Heenan next in game 9. That will follow this and Adams against Hendrick.
60.
Have you noticed that Tom Lonsdale looks a little bit like Jamie Lewis?
190.
I hadn't, but I can see it now. Player we would welcome back with open arms when he's ready to return.
85.
World semi-finalist Jamie Lewis.
And he's another player that doesn't have a mean streak.
95.
We're just talking about Dimitri van den Berg. I just don't think some people have it in them to be nasty.
59.
I'd put Jamie Lewis in that character. I'd put Dimitri in that mould as well.
57.
And also Dave Chisnell. I don't think he's got a mean streak, and I think that's one of the reasons why he hasn't won a massive
57.
title to date. Maybe just needs to find that little bit of menace
60.
just to cross the line. Sometimes you need it, sometimes you don't. And we know that Connor Scott did
60.
not need it when he was playing
107.
Osborne on Saturday night. What Moreno needs
105.
is 65 more.
Moreno requires
For a
65.
break in the opening leg. And he gets
Game
that
shot
break
the first
utilising the
Moreno
guide.
And so far today, it's actually Lonsdale that's averaging the best.
Moreno to throw first.
He's been the most consistent of the 6 players. Averages of 89.94 and 92.53. If he can hover around the average that he's got right now,
125.
he will contend for this Group A on Wednesday. But you've got to make sure that you are part of the conversation come this time tomorrow.
Well, it's a good game, this, isn't it? To provide a guide as to who
100.
might rival Conor Heenan in this group, because both of these players have lost matches today, but they've both lost
82.
to Conor Heenan.
You don't really need to say much more than that.
Yeah, so it's about if you can beat everybody else, we might see a situation like we did last week where Coleman and Scott run away and battle between one another.
Tommy require 141.
I've seen plenty of 141s today. If you've been watching on our YouTube channel,
41.
we've been showing you a lot of the 9 darters that we've seen over the last couple of years. This is tops for Moreno.
Game
And
on the
that beautiful
second leg.
left-handed
Moreno
throw gives him a 2-0 lead.
They'll against Tom to throw first.
He just doesn't have any time for thinking with what he does. It's see a target,
50.
get into position and fling them as fast as he can. What seems so natural to him
35.
is almost impossible for some dart players. Can you imagine some of the more methodical dart players of the last 25 years trying to throw the way that Moreno does? Justin Pipe, Dennis Priestley,
135.
Davis Schneider, if I might go back a few more years. they'd find it impossible to throw at this pace. Can you imagine John Part trying to throw like Moreno Blom? He wouldn't do it.
91.
Some people have to aim to be good. Obviously, Blom doesn't.
100.
Let's see if it's good enough for a 3-0 lead. Because when he gets it right, he can get it very right. Now, how precise can you be on dart 3 here? This has got to be Ronaldo style around the wall.
60. Tommy require 144.
Hit the person lying on the floor. And this is where the creativity could come in.
56.
With a 2-0 lead on 80, what does he do? Went for 2 tops.
41.
And the worst dart was the most important one. Bull.
41.
You can see what he thinks of that one.
That's a good marker again, like the one he had on tops earlier in the match, but couldn't make use of it this time. So Lonsdale to halve the deficit. Needs to bounce it in off that one.
15.
Could not quite do it.
Require 12. Game shot on the third.
So 3-zip in no time at all.
Fourth leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game.
Do you know what would be a really interesting game here at the Modus Super Series? If you got Moreno Blom against Nico Blum. Because both surnames mean flower.
55.
That's why Nico Blum is called Flower Power.
140.
And the Netherlands, they produce the vast majority of beautiful flowers from this continent.
180.
Well, that was blooming good from Lonsdale.
180.
That might be the fastest one we've ever seen at the Modus Super Series, that one.
He just said, no, mate, I'm not letting you have a leg.
96. Moreno require 140.
Immediately assumed control, didn't he? Regained it. Oh, that would have been a super spell to close the door on Lonsdale.
Door's very much open now, though. Bullseye! That would have been blooming Nora.
32. Moreno required 20.
2 10s then to finish it with a flourish.
15.
What a
Tommy required
end
38.
it's been to this game, but maybe it's not the end. Straight for it. Still, perseverance does not pay off.
Moreno required 5.
Double 2. And that's the first 4-0 victory of the day.
Moreno Blom.
All of the games prior to that had gone either 4-2 or 4-3. But Blom, he sprints out of the blocks and stayed in front the entire time. A very steady performance, and he took advantage of the fact that Lonsdale pretty much stayed in the blocks with his worst performance of the day, and he pays the penalty as Blom goes to 4 points in the table. When we come back, it's going to be the middle match of the day in double quick time as Hendrik will take on Adams.
At the age of 7 or 8 years old, I was diagnosed with ADHD and autism, so I used dart as a coping mechanism. Going to Q School changed my life because I got to meet some of the players I've been watching for years. I'm more hungry for a Saturday night than probably most of the players in there. I got picked on for being different, but when I played darts, I was allowed to be me. I'm actually a serious dart player. Darts was very hard for me to do because financially I'm in a minimum wage job, working myself, getting covered in all day. But really, all I want to do is play darts. I don't know if that room can handle the pod squad.
That is an excellent watch as well, Ashley Coleman. On the hockey, darts fan to darts player as he begins what he hopes is his rise to become a fully fledged PDC professional. Different time of his career, Simon Adams. We've also done an extended interview with him on the hockey. The full series is available on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, and that chat with Simon Adams, that was done last time he was here. Very, very interesting life and career he's had.
First leg, it's Simon to throw first.
Great to have him back.
Game on.
And both he and Stefan Hendrick are looking now to double their points tally for the day. The winner of this would be in a three-way tie for top of the table, although Conor Heenahan would look to make sure he's still on top when he takes on Thomas Banks, in the next game.
Yeah, both of these guys would be eligible to play seniors darts, and Simon was playing
100
seniors darts over the weekend.
Yeah, I had a little chat with him this morning. I asked how it went. He said it was tough. That was the only response, really. But he did okay, got himself a few victories.
Yeah, I think James Richardson had a pretty good weekend, didn't he?
100.
Qualifying for the Masters.
Yeah, David Cameron made it to the match play as well.
100.
He's a qualifying king, isn't he, Cameron?
He's one of the recipients of the rather remarkable silverware that the seniors have got on offer. Do you want me to tell you that story about Charlie Losper?
Yes, please, go ahead.
So the last time Charles qualified for the World Championship, everybody knew who he was because he'd been there before. And they were trying to figure out that Charles doesn't really have a darting nickname. And somebody turned around and said, "Oh, do you know what? We should call you the Hitman." And he just turned around and said, "Well, actually, I don't think that's an appropriate nickname considering I'm a policeman and I shot someone dead last week." So what turned out to be quite a light-hearted remark turned out to be quite somber. But Charles is a copper, and a very good one at that. An even better chap.
44. Stephanie required 24.
Well, a bit of a mistake there from Simon Adams. Could have left himself on a finish. It's not going to matter.
Stefan Hendrick.
Hendrick breaks throw in leg one.
Second leg, it's Stefan.
He's starting to get something going now, isn't he? After losing his first game 4-3, he wins his next one 4-3. His output is getting better.
40.
Well, you said you saw him practicing in shorts. I'm going to let you into a little secret. I was near the front door when he arrived this morning, Stefan Hendrick. When he walked in,
76.
I was about to send him back out and offer him directions to wherever he was heading because he did not look like he was here for business today.
100.
Some players, they turn up in their regalia. Some players turn up in their civvies and then get changed here. It's entirely up to you.
100.
You go to any darts event that involves Dave Chisnell, he doesn't put his dart shirt on until about an hour before. It's just the way he works. Spends most of the other parts of his life in tank tops, as that famous photo has proven. I think it's tank top weather, isn't it? Getting up towards 25 degrees today, which is, I'm sure, pretty tepid for Simon.
59.
By the way, if you are unsure of the quality that Simon Adams possesses, this weekend at those
41.
seniors events, he got wins against both John Henderson and Richie Howson.
So you've got the champion of champions and the senior world champion beaten by this guy in the last 48 hours.
Really impressive wins.
60.
Averaging more than 90 in his victory over Howson. Yeah, they were in the Open Series event. He was actually knocked out of both of them by Kevin Edwards.
180.
Yeah, he's pretty decent. Just like that visit from Stefan. He's looking to stretch his lead to 2. And he's averaging nearly 100 in this game.
$140. Stephanie McCoy, 40.
Well, is that too late? It wasn't.
30.
I don't think that third dart was
Simon
settled in his
McCoy,
grip.
66.
It seemed a little bit wobbly. It's a very wise thing to take a towel on that stage when the summer months here in Portsmouth. It can get fairly warm approaching lunchtime. You're looking for hot tops.
Game shot on the second leg. Simon Adams.
There it is. I love that shot on 66.
The leg
If you like
Simon
tops
to throw first.
and you like 12s, because they usually go hand in hand, no pun intended.
Game on.
66. You must go treble 14. I was having this conversation with someone a few days ago. If you go treble 10 and you hit it and you go for double 18, it's all well and good as long as you like double 18. But if you really like tops, if you're Steve West, for instance, someone who wants to leave tops every time,
60.
What's he going to do? Single 14, 12 to tops is a nice graduation up to the top of the board. You get the treble, you go for double 12, which is the same sort of graduation. It's cutting the board into a quarter. And I think that's why it's such a good shot.
100. $57.
Well, it could be a key game, this. I know it's only Monday, but you might start to see the direction of travel for the week. Whether you are battling for top honours in the group, whether it's maybe trying to sneak third place, or whether or not you're already
60.
starting to just build up the confidence for a real tilt at Group C, which is what Simon Adams did when he last played here. Managed to get through that group.
100.
I think the commentary team on Saturday night were really eloquent in saying Monday to Friday, it's just about getting through to Saturday and having a chance. This has got a great chance of being a maximum.
140.
We saw Adam Paxton do it, didn't we? Through Group C the previous week.
78.
Another super hair, ginger head player through to Champions Week alongside Tom Sykes, who has to wait the longest. We've come up with a nickname for Sykes on social media over the last few weeks. Started calling him Scorpio.
97.
I don't know if he's going to use it.
Are you in the same camp as Matthew Edgar, who was here on Saturday, that Connor Scott is now the big favourite to win Champions Week?
100.
I don't think he's the big favourite. I think he's the favourite, though.
74.
I think the top two, well, I'm going to say top 3 at the minute. Sykes, Duff, and Scott. Double top with a skidder. Oh, he doesn't quite catch the flight enough.
106.
Interestingly, Paul, I know you've not seen this, but the stats back up your prediction there. Well, that's double 14.
Shades of Saturday night.
100.
Yeah, I was going to say that the
20.
3 players you mentioned actually have the highest 3 averages from their winning weeks. So all quite likely to be in Group A. In fact, Duff and Scott definitely will be in Group A on Champions Week.
Game shot in the third
Simon
leg.
Adams in Group A this week.
Simon Adams.
Takes the lead here after a really strong start by Stefan Hendrick. Adams has turned it
Fourth leg,
around.
it's Stefan to throw first. Game.
We're going to have to put Simon Adams in the same group as Alan Tabin once. So it'll be the Saint versus the Saint.
119.
Going to take one very, very strong, thick-skinned man to walk round Portsmouth with that shirt on, I can tell you that. It's a good job it's not red and white. If you're not privy to the information that I am relaying to you right now, it's because Portsmouth has a very, very big following for a team adorned in blue. And their arch nemesis, one town over,
59.
Southampton, are called the Saints. And take it from me, I wore my Newcastle United shirt in Portsmouth once and got heckled. So that one stays in the wardrobe now.
$55.
Well, Hendrick seems to be losing touch in this game, but at least he's got himself a 1.5 dart lead here after 9 darts. But with Simon in pursuit, this is a very key moment in this match, which is the middle match of the day. Now, did he stay on the treble 20 too much there? I just wonder if the switch to the 19s was the play.
58.
I'll get more of Conor Heenahan next as he takes on Thomas Banks. He's had a bit of a wait between his second game and his third. That's where you've got to use your time creatively.
40.
And in the case of Adams, you've got to get all three to stick in the board.
$94.
Yeah, we did see a lot of this when he came here last time. He could produce good performances. In fact, in one match, he had an average of 107, Simon Adams. But there were a few games like this, and this was key. When he got through that Group C, it was the games that he played at this standard that he managed to grind out results in that really saw him through.
52.
There was a lot of social media activity yesterday talking about maybe one of the best grinders in world darts history, James Wade.
52.
Someone who's made a career of having lesser averages and still beats you.
40.
But it is a chance for a break of throw for Adams.
Require 151.
However, it is a very big ask. This would be his biggest ever finish in Portsmouth. Now, considering the fact that he's already bettered his personal best finish in Portsmouth today, there's no reason to say that he can't
86.
better it again at some point this week.
He bettered it by 1, didn't he? 134 became 135. But 65 would do very nicely.
Simon requires 65.
Not the end of the world. 54 left. And now tops with nothing in the way.
Game show.
Finishing's been quite impressive.
Simon Adams.
Oh, there he apologises. Wow. Not seen that from Adams before. Usually everything's always the same. He's got that respectful response to winning a leg, but I've never seen him apologise before.
Yeah, don't apologise, Simon. You did your job. Unfortunately, Stefan couldn't finish his.
Speaking of finishing, you just mentioned that 135. Adams actually, in his entire week when he was here previously, only
41.
hit 2 ton plus checkouts. He hit 2 in his first match today.
Is that a sign that he's more comfortable than he was before? I think so.
Spent the week in London with his son, who lives in the UK,
77.
before heading to those World Seniors events at the weekend, and now a full week of darts here in Portsmouth.
96.
So he's going to all the glamorous places then. Do you remember when Daniel Closer won Group A last year? And then when he was finished on the Wednesday, he went
40.
He went sightseeing on the Thursday and Friday.
60.
Didn't end up winning on the Saturday. But he did get himself a tour card shortly after that.
$55.
It is amazing how many players play here, then succeed at qualifying school.
96.
Do you think that'll happen again?
I think so. And there are some changes to the Super Series schedule for the end of this year and next. So those who've been watching for a while will know that the ADC Global Championships will be closing this year at the end of Series 9.
100.
And then at the start of next year, there are going to be a couple of specials weeks
81.
before
Simon
Series 10
McGuire,
gets
88.
underway, and that means that there will be no crossover between Q School and the series, so we will have all of our champions eligible to play.
Chance to win the match. And it's a double 7.
74.
This time he can't finish the job.
Stephanie McGuire, 102.
The question remains now, does he come back? Now he does.
Well, has
34.
options here. Could go straight for it again, all out
Simon
attack,
McGuire,
or
14.
Adams could choose to split this. Can use that. You could see the veer of the flight. He was trying to force it through.
No score.
Hendrick gets another go, but he hasn't
McGuire,
left it as handy as he
68.
should have, really.
Just got to make sure you get at least one dot at a double here. Which he does.
Game shot on the
And takes
fifth
it
leg.
wonderfully.
Stephen Hendrick.
Pinpoint. And the apology back. Not that Simon's... Oh, he saw it that time, though.
Sixth leg, it's Stephen to throw first.
It's an apology
Game.
off. Coming up with things today that I never thought I'd say.
57.
Can I bring up a subject that maybe some people are a little bit too frightened to talk about, Chris? Because when I first started playing darts against other people in 1997,
100.
there were no black players in my league. And the only reason I knew of black dart
100.
players was because of Darts World magazine. Do you remember the first black player to take part at the PDC World Championship? Al Hedman. Great Essex player. And I think what we're seeing now
180.
are more players from every single background starting to come to Portsmouth and to play
60.
darts at a world level, which is fabulous. And it's way overdue.
Absolutely, yeah. We've seen real improvement in diversity in the sport. But it always needs trailblazers.
Couldn't agree more.
99.
Al, of course, brother of Dieter Hedman, who's certainly been that herself.
Well, people like Sudesh Fitzgerald, who's still playing
40.
now.
Simon McGuire, 122.
Well, if we get the chance, it'd be fantastic to sit down and get the full story with Devon Peterson and Simon Adams about the story of darts in South Africa. 'Cause
Absolutely.
There are still problems
54.
over there.
There's going to be problems everywhere, isn't there? There's still a lot of politics in the sport. And there's politics in
98.
countries.
Simon McGuire,
Some
68.
people kind of sacrifice their own careers for the betterment of the future. And I think that can be said. This can be rescued. Sensible that, with Hendrick on 146 instead of 15 ball, went 25 tops.
Yeah, I think that was a calculated gamble.
146.
I'm with you, Chris. I think he did the right thing there. And now he's got 3 dots at tops to get himself
29.
onto 4 points alongside Heenahan and
Simon
Blom,
McGuire,
with
40.
Heenahan next to play it to finish round 3.
Don't know how much he'll be able to see of that. Yeah, double 1 was the question he asked. Double 19 is the answer, but he can't solve the puzzle.
Simon McGuire, 117.
Down at the bottom of the board, it has not been very fruitful for Adams. He's missed match starts at double 7 and double 19 now.
78. Simon Iroquois, 38.
Again, gets that choice of split or hit. And that should be okay for him to get over. And he does so expertly. Simon Adams has had a fantastic start on his return to the Super Series. 2 out of 3 now for the Saints, who is marching on to victory once again. A 4-2 success, grinding out the win in that one, not anywhere near the high standard he produced in his first win of the day when he was up at 96 in the average there, but enough to get over the line against Hendrick. Coming next, it's the player who is unbeaten against a player who's yet to win, as Heenahan meets Banks.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one. Shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist. He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
game shot on the fourth flag.
Just like that.
Only
needs the one. And there you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg.
It's a breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
One thing we haven't seen today, or a great deal of, are massive margins of victory. In fact, only one game has been seen to go the way of 4-0 or something like that. In fact, no 4-1s today so far. A plethora of 4-3s and 4-2s. But we do know that Conor Heenahan, if he finds another win by any margin, he's going to return to the top on points alone. And he's looking very, very strong at this stage.
Conor to throw first. Game on.
However, at the other side of the table at this early stage, young Thomas Banks has got some ground to make up. If he does that in this game and restricts Heenahan to 4 points from 3 matches, this one is going to be a very tight table. It will have 3 people on 4 and 3 people on 2.
59.
Yeah, I think it'll be harsh for Thomas Banks to be 3 defeats from 3. But that is the most likely outcome. Not only is he playing the favourite, but he's doing it against the throw as well.
I'll be fascinated to see where Thomas is in about 2 or 3 years. Because I think we shouldn't necessarily get carried away with young talent these days. I think we should embrace it. And as long as we nurture it, big things are possible. But I don't think we should get carried away with the Littler effect.
180.
And that's going to happen to everyone. It's not. Just a few years ago, look at Justin Van der Gouw. Where's he now?
Well, we were talking about diversity in the previous match, and that applies to everything in darts, doesn't it? Race,
59.
gender, age. There is no optimum age for a dart player to flourish, and also you never know when you're going to decline a little bit and end up not being on the tour anymore.
180.
Absolutely right.
158.
Shots on. Oh, fierce second treble.
139.
That was a wonderful effort from Bulldog Banks.
190.
Yeah, he really attacked that double 19 as well. But Heenahan had hit a 180 before, giving him in this opportunity.
Just go for the small 20 here, Connor. Just hit that dart and then go for the bull. Don't try and get crafty with it. Well, he didn't. He went for the big single.
And he beds the
Game
ball.
shot on the first leg.
And that's a dart in
Conor
the heart of Banks as Heenahan leads 1-0.
Second leg
You
against
could
Thomas
say
to throw first. Game.
Conor Heenahan has just broken the banks. Of sorts. Even though he didn't break the
84.
throw. Yeah, just on your point about age. Littler at 16 making a world final. Paul Lim continuing to win ranked tournaments at 70.
58.
Do we need to say any more? That's an age gap of 54 years. In what other sport does that happen?
He is one of the names that often comes up when we put the question out to the chat. Who would you like to see at the Super
134.
Series?
He hasn't got time, has he? He's a businessman.
57.
He continues to play soft tip darts with darts live. He plays a lot of stuff for the Asian tour. But maybe, just maybe, for a couple of days before the World Championship, if he qualifies, that would be wonderful. He's genuinely as nice and inspirational as he looks. Paul's a fabulous chap.
56.
Another incredible darting story to be told.
134.
Cook as well. Very, very good chef.
58. Connie require 100.
Well, is Connor cooking up a 2-0 lead, I wonder? Here's the recipe. 57 tops.
30.
Well, I'm enjoying today. I'm sure you are as well. Some decent games.
41.
Things just getting a bit ragged
72.
after that very contestable first leg. It could be Connor getting himself some distance on double six.
Game shot on the
He's not
second
making
leg.
many errors.
Conor
He's
Healy.
playing typically stoic darts in a campaign that will feel
Today
very
against Conor
familiar to
throw
him.
First. Game.
And this is where we learn
140.
how much Thomas Banks has grown since he was last year, because it will be difficult if he does lose this
57.
one convincingly to bounce back for his last two matches, having been in his first two games. He's not in this one at all yet.
This is quite a congested part of the day for
95.
Thomas. He's got Hino, then a game off, then he's playing Lonsdale, game off, then he's
58.
playing Blom. So it's 3 games from 5 for him. Think about it two ways. If it goes badly, his Tuesday position at the start's
41.
going to be terrible. But if he can find a purple patch in the next hour and 10 minutes, he could walk away with 6 points.
Blom Adams
58.
next. That's going to be an interesting contrast in approaches.
Do you remember the game that Moreno played with Kevin Painter here? At his debut week?
96.
That's something I don't think any of us can forget. So it'll be interesting to see how Moreno
98.
does
Connie require
react to the
129.
more deliberate pace of the South African. And Connor's getting too much room to breathe here. Second leg in a row.
37.
He's had a finish on his hands and he's had a guaranteed 6 darts for it. Got to start squeezing here, Thomas.
140. Connie require 92.
The only person who will be squeezing right now is Connor if he takes 92. How good is that dart?
Game
good
shot
is that
the
one?
third leg. Connor Heenan.
Heenan making light work of this one at the moment, and he's not really having to get out of second gear.
First. Game on.
Got to get rid of that nickname, though. It's terrible. Hino. Do you know what a Hino is? It's a commercial vehicle used in Australia for transporting building supplies.
Well,
Seriously.
We all know now.
Just call him Connor Hina Khan instead of Connor Hina Han.
I'll tell you something he knows how to do, and that's it. 9 dart finishes.
I blame Scott. People are going to start doing that because he's opened up the can of worms.
He might go back to type next time because he's just hit 2 treble 20s when he's gone back upstairs. So stick to what you know, Connor.
That dart actually does him a favour because if you get the first dart high, then you can try and get the 140 with very good accuracy after that. And it means that you can't bust the shot and walk away from the visit with a red face.
43. Connie require 80.
Well, previously in the day, he's done this, going to the left-hand side to open up the single, but now he needs to go to the right to open up the double to win the match.
60. Thomas, you require 160.
Into the barricade. Banks has a chance, but it's a big outside shot. Threatened. But Connor comes back.
92. Connie required 20.
I do expect Heenan to hit this. And he does.
Shot and the match.
A very steady performance from Connor. The average is the kind of stuff that you need to be successful on the hole here. He's done it before, and with 50% on the doubles, he was very clinical when he was getting his opportunities. Thomas Banks has now got 2 games left to make Monday a little bit more fruitful. But when we come back, it will be Moreno Blom, the speedster, up against the man with the hands in Simon Adams.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum. For the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosch.
Pie Face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've just seen Conor Heenahan win for the third time today. The favourite living up to that billing. 4-0 against Thomas Banks in his previous match. Earlier in this round of fixtures, Moreno Blom with a 4-0 win of his own against Tom Lonsdale. And Simon Adams getting his second win from 3 matches, a 4-2 success against Stefan Hendrick. Blom and Adams about to go head-to-head in terms of the table. They are both on 4 points, and whoever wins this upcoming match will join Heenahan at the top. It's looking a little bit grim now for Thomas Banks with no wins yet. Hendrick and Lonsdale with 2 points apiece.
Yeah, the Banks haven't been in that much trouble since 2008. However, it is the early stage of Group A, and I'm sure someone can bail him out. However, these two don't need bailing out at all. They're having a pretty decent day. So, 4 points apiece. Someone's about to go to 6 to join Conor, who seems like he's in the box seat at the minute, constantly having a game in hand. He's got Stefan Hendrick in game number 12, and he will finish up against Adams in game 14. Where will we stand when it comes to game 14 then? That could well be the most important game of the day to see who leads going into Tuesday.
Against Moreno to throw first. Game on.
So the clash of styles. Moreno might need a little bit of extra patience here.
43.
Darts games are not just won when you're throwing, they can also be won when you're not.
$60.
Yeah, this is it's going to be interesting, as you say. You use the word patience, and Blom has a distinct lack of it. Looking at the difference here in approach to the hockey, Adams waiting till his opponent has caught back behind him, taking his time. Moreno will be there pretty much as soon as Adams steps onto the hockey to retrieve his darts. Look at that. I think he's probably thrown 2 darts before Adams is actually all the way back past him.
100.
He hasn't even turned around. And Blom's done. Who do you think is dictating the pace of this game? It's an easy answer. Because Simon Adams will not be rushed.
And it would be easy to be rushed, wouldn't it? Because
134.
usually you stand there waiting, they're still throwing their darts. As you just said, that little time he has before he approaches the hockey, Blom's already gone, but he's still taking it, making sure that his rhythm's not interrupted.
Absolutely. I got swept up into fast games with the likes of Klaassen and Ricky Evans. And sometimes you've got to go through games like this to realise that you need to play at your pace and find ways of doing that. Osborne did it on Saturday night, and he did it to great effect against Ashley Coleman. But even he talks about, in his little documentary with us, he's been diagnosed with ADHD, which is attention deficit. And it's wanting to get on with things without the need to be patient.
60.
You do need patience in darts. And sometimes that's very difficult to come by.
96. Simon in require 121.
He's not the slowest slinger in the world, Simon Adams, but playing against Blom, it will appear like a kind of tortoise and hare affair, this one. But we all know who won that race.
57.
Who did win it?
68.
So slow and steady, wasn't it, I think? Well, that's the kind of making the point, isn't it?
Shot on the first leg.
The patience paid off. He
Moreno
managed
block.
to stop himself throwing it too quickly there. And then decided he wanted a fist bump for his achievement.
Simon to throw first. Game.
It's been a strange day for certain things like that. Apologies from Simon, apologies towards Simon, and it's the old forced fist bump.
Rarely seen that, where you actually offer the fist bump when
45.
you've taken out the finish.
He's gone full Roman Reigns there. Acknowledge me.
180.
Adam's just getting on with it. Blom on a good streak here. He's now won his last 5 legs.
He could be a contender this week.
41.
I think if Conor Heenan was not here this week,
100.
more people will be talking about Blom for the weekly title. But we can't, under any circumstances, underestimate the people that come in on Thursday.
100.
Steve Hine, for instance. Matthew Edgar was talking him up on Saturday. Scott Mitchell, one of the best players not to have won a weekly title yet. Scott Campbell, 3rd favourite for the week from Scotland.
140.
But we might see something from Jamie Atkins or Martin Grayson as well.
51.
Oh, this one is going the way of Blom at the minute. And I can start to see Simon speeding up just a little bit. He's getting swept up here in the tornado that is Blom. And it's 2-0 to Moreno.
Moreno Blom.
Well, the thing is, when you start to struggle, you want to rectify it as quickly as possible.
Then it gets Moreno to throw
Naturally, that's
first.
not the best
Game.
way.
Do you know what you get? And this is not a joke, by the way. In fact, it might be.
81.
What would you get if Blom played Adams in Leicester in October?
I'm not sure where this is going, but put me out of my misery.
You'd get the Saint Moreno Grand Prix.
45.
Okay.
I've been spending way too much time with you.
No, I don't think even I would stoop that low, Paul.
180.
That's not stooping low, that's stooping very high.
$125.
Full marks for creativity, though. I'll give you it.
Just got to get my best stuff out the way on a Monday morning.
100.
Or should I say Monday afternoon, because we are past 12 o'clock local time.
Took me a while to remember that the Grand Prix was in Leicester.
Yeah, I think everybody wants it to be back in Dublin, don't they? I think even the PDC want it back in Dublin.
Well, I think
just can't make it happen.
85.
Huge lack of darts in the home nations for me outside England.
I'm with you there. Especially when they've got a Welsh world champion in Gezi Price.
43.
Champions in Anderson and Wright from Scotland. And great talents from North and the Republic of Ireland. I think there's got to be something over the Irish Sea for me.
180.
That's something for Simon to hold on to. Maybe not. But he does get a go at this 66 again. We saw him successfully convert it earlier on.
Yeah, but which route for 66? It's going to be the 14s. Well, that was the plan.
He's miscounted, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
I think he's realised before he throws at the double.
Oh, no. Someone's had a De Souza moment. He's seeing the funny side of it, which in itself is quite funny. But this is not funny. The only person who might be laughing in a second is Blom.
Rene required 20.
Should have asked before he threw the dart, not after.
Game
And
shot
he is
the third leg.
punished for that
Moreno Blom.
mathematical meltdown that sees Moreno Blom apologise to Simon Adams. It's not your fault.
Full flag gets Simon to
I tell you what, if somebody did that to me, I'd be ecstatic.
Game on.
Make as many mistakes as you can on the mathematics and deprive yourself of shots at double, because Simon hasn't had one in this match and he's 3-0 down.
$140.
I think maybe that proves that I did have a mean streak. If someone made a mistake, I was not sympathetic whatsoever.
60.
Even if they are nice people. Well, this is going to be 6 points after 4 matches for Simon. It's going to have to be some sort of comeback from here.
95. $81.
In cricketing terms, I suppose you could say that winning from 3-0 down here is like Alan Donald coming out of retirement and bowling a fifer. It's just very, very unlikely, considering he's been retired for about 20 years. And he had some brilliant sports people over the years. Alan Donald, Sean Pollock, Ernie Els,
60.
Retief Goosen, 2-time US Open champion as well. Louis Oosthuizen, who is playing on the Live Tour at the minute. And Live Golf was in this country over the weekend, and the event at the JCB was won by John Rahm, his first Live Golf title. Congratulations to Rambo.
34.
Well, you better hit this double 16, Simon.
180.
Because if you don't,
Simon, it required
you could
32.
lose 4-0.
Good leg. Does it count for anything? It does, and it ends a winning streak for Moreno Blom. Much simpler than the last leg, wasn't it, Simon? But let's not forget that had he got that right, not made that huge error, this game could be 2-2.
Absolutely right.
140.
When Blom made his debut here, he didn't have a very good Group A at all. You can see what experience can do. He looks way more comfortable in this scenario than he did about 18 months ago.
100. $120.
If you could walk into any supermarket and buy a bottle of experience, tell me someone who wouldn't buy it. But you can't buy it.
We were discussing that with Matthew Edgar on Saturday. Colin Osborne was the player in question. You saw how he schooled his way through a game or two.
100.
Experience isn't cheap, but it is priceless.
I think what you're getting with
96.
the young Dutchman is a look at the next generation and how they approach this game in many different ways. Think back to what it was like in the 70s. It was always dress trousers, dress shoes, dress shirt, a uniform. But nowadays, you've got dart players
80.
who get rid of 3 darts in about 3.5 seconds wearing a pair of jeggings.
$43.
Well, 99 just gives Blom problems that he didn't need to have.
I can see where you're going with that. So he's got 99 problems, and is this checkout one of them?
60. Moreno, you require 99.
It ain't one. As Blom gets the win. 4-1, and the celebration is there between himself and Simon Adams, who's making new friends and influencing people once again here at the Modus Super Series. But it's Blom who bagged the points in that one, and it's 3 out of 4 for him. Good embrace between the pair of them. Good game. Adams' mathematical mistake in the end might have proven costly when he miscounted and went for the wrong thing, but Blom hit a lot of the right things in that match and has done all day today. A couple of really big wins, 4-0 and 4-1. Thomas Banks, though, is still looking for his first win. Will it come against Tom Lonsdale after this break?
next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve
West
has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really.
Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blended on my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and Fox has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series and what's been an entertaining Monday's play so far. But we've got two players now that, well, really may need to get a victory if they're going to have ambitions at the north end of the table. Tom Lonsdale and Thomas Banks. Lonsdale, well, he's off the back of a 4-0 defeat against Moreno Blanc, having beaten Simon Adams earlier, and wants to put that right with the win over the Bulldog, who hasn't got any wins yet. Is it time for him to bite
Thomas
back?
Banks to throw first. Game on.
I'm starting to understand that from what we've seen from Banks so far today has been a strong start, but he has tailed off towards the end of matches. Now, is that something that Tom can expose?
140.
Time will tell.
58.
Yeah, Bulldog Banks has got a bit of green and yellow on his shirt and on his flights as well. I wonder what that's a sign of. I can speculate,
96.
but sometimes it's very risky to speculate when it comes to colours, especially when it comes to football teams.
119.
Norwich City, isn't it? The affiliation for Banks.
I was talking to another Norwich City fan over the weekend. The now
125.
32-year-old former World Youth Champion, James Hubbard.
Well, James Hubbard was on social media at the
55.
weekend
So
talking
Liverpool
about a return to
140.
darts, and the Modus Super Series were quickly engaging with that. Watch this space.
100.
Now, you've got to put a hole in this, Thomas, otherwise you might be looking like a canary.
96. Tommy require 40.
This has been a really strong start from Tom.
Game shot on the first leg.
And he
Tom
punctuates
Lonsdale.
that first leg in 14. Nice recovery after Murph mentioned that he lost his last
Second leg,
match
it's Tom Lonsdale
by
to
4
throw
legs
first.
to 0.
Game.
That'll have hurt. That was the first 4-0 loss of the day. And look at the reaction.
135.
Yeah, Norwich is in
59.
East Anglia, of course, if you're not tuning in from the United Kingdom. That's in the east of the country. Some very famous dart players would come from East Anglia or live there. Mervyn King, Peter Wright, Andrew Gilding. Steve Beaton lives in East Anglia now. James Hubbard, aforementioned. Not all Norwich City fans,
59.
I might add. And not all from Norfolk, some of them from Suffolk. And we have had some other players from Suffolk in this building, the likes of...
167.
But let's press pause because 167 was on. I was going to say Stephen Burton, by the way.
Tommy Shavak 122.
He's playing his trade on the Pro Tour these days. Now, while we're seeing a bullseye from Banks.
Game
what a wonderful shot.
Second leg.
Second time we've seen a 122 today on the bull. One from Adams in game 2 and one there from Banks. Cashing in.
Yeah, and he needed that. It felt like he needed something like that just to give him that confidence again, because this is potentially the best game we've seen so far today. 180 number 25 for the session so far. 180 number 26 for these sessions so far.
27? No. Too much to ask for, apparently. If you think this is out of the clear blue sky, Lonsdale has had a massive average here before, in excess of 113.
45.
These are just the bottom two in the table, by the way. No biggie.
125.
I'd still classify that as a biggie. Not the first time today he's got for 25 second on the 142 effort. Now, what does he do on 96?
72.
Depends on dart 1. 2 double 19s. It's becoming more popular now. It's almost known as the Chris Dobie route.
68.
Took it out twice in his first round match at Blackpool recently.
Yeah, then couldn't hit it when he needed it once, quite comically.
Game shown the third.
Nothing comical about this match. This is absolutely sensational.
A second 14 darter from Tom. And his average does reflect that of winning legs in 14 darts, because that's about 107 change.
140. $93.
Where Tom lives, in Bridgewater, there's a lot of really good dart players around that area.
54.
And it's an interesting part of the world because you can be in Bristol in no time, you can be in Devon in no time. I'm sure there's an awful lot of activity around
100.
there. With the likes of Ryan Palmer and Justin Hood, Ryan Searle on tour, of course. Just down the road from Bob Anderson, who's now retired.
$90.
That is, of course, Chris Mason's part of the world, isn't it, down there? In the Bristol area, where Steve Brown has revolutionised more than one section of the sport.
Yeah, though, not now. Mace is further away from Wales, but living in a place called the Prince of Wales.
31. Tommy Rock 152.
So there's actually 3 Princes of Wales in darts. Oh, we're looking at 3 big shots. Oh, my word. Tom Lonsdale. Off the canvas. And now with haymakers aplenty.
Fifth leg against Thomas Banks to throw first.
Well, Lonsdale giving Banks a belting here.
119.
This is tough to take for anyone, never mind a 17-year-old whippersnapper.
85.
It's proof of what you have to do to be competitive these days, though. And in a weird sort of way, it's a good thing for him to see it firsthand. When you first start playing people competitively like this,
95.
You need proof as to how good you have to be. Everybody has got a story of, I remember playing someone when I was younger, and they were so good. I didn't think I was going to be that good. But if you follow
58.
the right path, you can be better than that.
140.
6 140 plus scores from these two players and 3 180s as well. It's been very, very heavy.
43. Time is required 84. $43.
Now, this number tells you what the player prefers, whether it's tops,
60.
18s or
Time is required
16s.
41.
There you go. He wants to leave tops. He didn't want to leave double 15.
11.
Well, every chance this could go, based on what we've witnessed so far. Not going to be the case this time, but he will be leaving himself better place than Banks, who
required 30.
doesn't want to get this tricky. And it's not any easier. Double 13 now. Chance has gone.
He could have won this leg by hitting 3 doubles.
Required 20.
But Tom Lonsdale has won it by hitting 4 doubles from 5 shots. The best performance of the day up until this point. Simon Adams won game 2 with a 96 average over Banks, but that's been topped with that 152 effort and the 98.64, just proof that this group is not all about Conor Heenahan. There are other people who can put in performances as well, and Tom Lonsdale has done just that. Speaking of Heenahan, he's next against our friend, Mr. Hendrick.
Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
Bosch.
High pace is through.
Well, that is what you can see if you come down on a Saturday night. Things are never dull from 7:30 on a Saturday night in Portsmouth on London Road. So get yourself down here. You know it makes sense, especially when the weather's nice outside. You can make a night of it. You might even bump into me and Murph at some point. Although, if you fancy some chips, come this Saturday night, you might want to see Stefan Hendrick.
First leg, it's Stefan to throw first. Game on.
Hasn't been a bad day for him so far. He's got 2 points. But the highlight of his day, I am sure, would be a win over Conor Heenahan, who has not tasted defeat so far and is the only player not to taste defeat.
Yeah, of all the players, we were not as sure what to expect from Hendrick, but he's been a good addition, I think. I don't think he will be uncompetitive. I think he'll be there or thereabouts in whichever secondary group he goes into, but the reason I'm saying that is because Conor Heenahan does look like bossing this group, doesn't he?
He does at this stage, but moving day on Tuesday can do all sorts of funny things, and he's seen so many different scenarios.
I think it kind of depends on Moreno Blom ensuring he gets his final win today as well, as to whether or not Conor's going to be challenged too much. And then we get that scenario we had last week where we've got a player winning all of the matches and second place winning 4 out of 5. And those results were reversed on the Tuesday. So we went into the final day with 2 players tied on points, and they ended up tied on points at the end of Wednesday as well in Ashley Coleman and Connor Scott.
59.
With Heenahan not having the throw in this match, he's going to have to break at some point. And experience dictates that you put yourself in position. If one miss comes around, you've got to be there to pounce.
76.
And now might be that moment.
81.
That leaves double 12. Hendrick has a look of resignation on his face, and that's why
on the first leg.
Heenahan does what Heenahan does.
Second leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
Another player that knows where the lens is. Seems to be a bit of a trend in 2024.
Yeah, they all do now, don't they? I think the first player really to embrace the cameras was a certain David Schlichting.
30.
Since then, everybody's kind of followed suit.
$85.
Yeah, the man with the surname that sounds a bit like something from a famous game show here in the UK, doesn't it?
100.
Go on.
Shitting.
$48.
One thing that Stefan could use this week for
57.
is to get himself some confidence and into some sharp conditioning ahead of home nation qualifying for the Flanders Open, which is in early September in Antwerp. If you look at the qualifiers for Visa, which is the Belgian Darts Open, over the last 3 years, Stefan has tried to qualify every single time. He hasn't done so yet, but he got really close in the last time. He was in the semi-finals.
Connor closing in on a big finish of his own here.
131.
Just dropped south of the target.
When you said Connor closing in there, I was getting PTSD of Collymore closing in the 90s when
80.
Liverpool played
Collie
Newcastle.
20.
However, 2-0 Heenahan.
Connor Heenahan.
Just not putting a foot wrong today.
Third leg, it's Stefan to throw first.
Do you get the feeling at this point
55.
that Connor is experiencing very, very good brainwaves of, this is my group? He'll walk back into that room if he wins this match and think,
83.
Is there anybody here who's going to try and beat me? It's not like it's been plain sailing. He won his first game 4-3. But he will genuinely feel right now that this is his group to win.
60. $99. $42.
He does slip up there. And from this position, Stefan's really got to get on the board. He doesn't have a full extension of that follow through when he throws the dart. It is a bit stunted. And by that I mean the arm is just a little bit short of horizontal.
56.
But he does throw them very hard. Do you know who it reminds me of? Simon Whitlock. He doesn't fully extend his arm, but he throws them really hard.
Yeah, I can see that. Really launches it. Nearly launches himself with it.
100. Stefan require 88.
It's got to be measured. You can't launch your body at the shot and expect
63.
consistency.
Body require 160.
Oh, this would be something else for a second break.
$45. Stefan require 25.
Don't slip up. Double 4. He does slip up, and Heenahan has got a chance, another chance of 3-0.
For 3-zip. A couple of those drifters today.
Monday afternoon at the darts, not Saturday night at the movies. But you're right, we've had some drifters today, because how many times have people left double 15? I make this the third time.
Another one. Exactly the same that happened to Thomas Banks earlier.
17. Stephanie required 4.
I wonder if that's a bad sign. I wonder if anybody's won a leg at the Super Series by hitting 3 doubles.
Stefan Hendrick.
Well, Connor hasn't.
Fourth leg, it's Connor to throw first.
I was just looking back at some old results of home nation qualifiers for the Belgian Darts Open. It's reminding of some of the players that we've actually had from Belgium in the past. We had a certain Kevin Blommer.
135.
So, if we're going to take it a little step further, we could have a group here that could have Nico Bloom, Moreno Blom, and Kevin Blommer. So it could be Bloom, Blom, and Blom.
I mean, it's an idea for a specials week.
97.
I'm just going to take a look at what you were talking about earlier, that Whitlock style fast forcing of the dart towards the board.
58.
Yeah, the right shoulder's got to stay in position. And that is all pure
80.
force from the arm. That is powerful. Not everybody can do that. But look at the violence of the right shoulder here from Heenahan.
82.
And that's purely because of the angle of the dart when he addresses it. The point is pointing to the floor. And he has to shove it. And this is something, funny enough, that has crept into Michael Van Gerwen's game recently.
49.
With that point pointing to the floor, he's got the shoulder engaged a bit more.
Game
but this game is now engaged in best of 3. It's gone from 2-0 Heenahan to 2-all.
Fifth leg, it's Stefan to throw first. Game on.
By the way, just to join your little party there, Paul. There is a Swedish player called
100.
Freddie Blomstrand.
I'm all over that name.
A Finnish player called Päivi Blomster.
Next thing you know, you're going to tell me that former Manchester United player Jesper Blomqvist is going to play.
Well, there is to make it a full group, a German player called Jörg Blommenkamp. There you go. Blommenheck.
95.
Not the kind of group you want if you've got hay fever.
140.
Well, Stefan Hendrik's getting up Conor Heenan's nose at the moment, isn't he? Because he would have felt like this would be a win on easy street, but it's not.
85.
In fact, Hendrik might be about to take charge of the game.
Yeah, I think that Hendrik is starting to get on his wick.
140.
Especially with shots like that. He's got to change his fortune somehow. That's either by doing something brilliant or waiting for a chance, because his opponent would make an error. He hasn't been making many in the last couple of legs. And he doesn't make one here. He's in the lead.
Stefan Hendrik.
I'm going to be fascinated to see what dart shirt he's got on tomorrow. If he's got potato wedges on his shirt tomorrow, I'm going to be very impressed.
180.
Heenan hits back. If you're going to win this, I'm going to make you go and get it.
Now, look at the darts.
41.
We said we were going to talk about this earlier. Look at the shape of this barrel. Skinny, lots of grip, tapered end.
100.
And now these. Skinny, aggressive grip, tapered end.
60.
They aren't the same, but they are the same shape. I do believe these
100.
are a very lesser known Gary Anderson dart.
56.
In fact, those ones from Hendrik look like a James Wade dart with the nose shaved.
$85.
Well, it's a very good response from Heenan after Hendrik turned this tie around.
87. Connie required 36. Game
Well, sometimes you just got to say to yourself, I refuse to be beaten. But he still needs a break of throw to get over the line to have 8 points.
7 from final leg. It's Stefan to throw first. Game on.
Easy to stand on that stage right now and think, do you know what? Worst case scenario, I've got 6 points from a possible 8. That's not the right mindset. The right mindset is
93.
8 points is what I want. So go and get them.
100.
Heenan
78.
now very much in danger of his first defeat.
Who'd have thunk
58.
that it might come at the hands of the Belgian? Not many. Got to get past that or switch.
48.
Just doesn't look likely from this position. He needs more mistakes. And they don't come.
140.
And the loss here would mean that Moreno Blom could be top of the table after his last match. That's coming next against Thomas Banks.
134.
Hasn't picked up any points yet. Is Hendrik about to earn his second win? Double six.
57.
Oh, and it's just got a little bit awkward here. I mean, he may not even be back, but if he is back, it's going to be tricky.
41.
Tricky it is because that last dart he threw was fish-tailed in the air. Does this one get reeled in? Oh my word, that's so wide. Even Dickie Bird does not even have an umpire's signal for that.
Had he gone for a 2-2-2 there? He was so close to the 2. I think he might have changed his plan, but not given himself time to actually adjust.
59.
He has been speeding up. Let's see what he does this time.
this time he perseveres, if that indeed was the decision. Only half the bed to aim at. He wasn't even that half, but he somehow found it. And Stefan Hendrick gets a seismic shock here in defeating Conor Heenahan, the first player to do so. Heenahan's run is over. It ends with 3 straight wins. Hendrick picks up his second victory, and this group could be much, much closer than everybody thought, including, I'm sure, Heenahan himself. That is a surprise victory for Stefan Hendrick on his maiden voyage here at the Super Series. The final 3 games coming your way next, starting with Banks versus Blom. So just the final 3 games left to go then here at the Super Series on Monday. Thomas Banks and Moreno Blom are going to go head to head. Blom has had a fantastic day. 3 wins from 4 matches. His only defeat came against Conor Heenahan, who has just been beaten for the first time. Stefan Hendrick getting that win, taking his tally to 2. But Banks Blom about to do battle for the last time, and Blom can go top of the table if he beats Banks, who is looking for his first win. There you can see Lonsdale, Hendrick and Simon Adams all on 4 points. Heenahan takes on Adams. Lonsdale will play Hendrick in their final match.
I think for Lonsdale, who's taking on Hendrick in the last match, that takes on a different significance now. Because Lonsdale played fabulously in round 4. And Hendrick gets the biggest upset of the day in round 4. Before we go there, we've got Banks and Blom now. Heenahan and Adams coming next. So not a great deal of time for Heenahan to respond after the first feeling of loss. How many young players these days do you see as hungry as this young man? And starting like that, it happens a lot. But there's almost a uniform to playing as a successful youth player these days. Look what he's got in his feet.
48.
Shoes.
Same as Littler. What have you done, Luke? Honestly. Everybody wants to wear your
57.
shoes.
And there they are, those Bobby Dazzlers.
57.
When you were a kid and you wanted to follow in the footsteps of someone that wore the Owls shirt, did you want to wear their shoes as well?
No, I used to wear the little LA lights or whatever they were called with the...
You had a pair of those. That's awesome.
105. 60. Thomas, you've got 111.
Oh, I like this player. Very, very
71.
interesting. This is just lightning quick, this game.
40.
Blink
Thomas,
and
you've
you
got
will
140.
miss something.
Game
Doesn't miss that in the end, so
Thomas Banks.
draws first blood. He has started games quite well, but hasn't been able to
Second against Moreno to
cross
throw
the line
first.
in any match yet. And if he manages to win one, results go the right
59.
way towards the end of the day. Well, maybe just Conor Heenan doesn't win against Simon Adams, and he's still in contention.
Very much so.
77.
He doesn't need stuff like that. Well, one of our friends here at the Modus Super Series has been in touch
30.
this morning saying that he's been practicing with Banks over the last few weeks and does so on a very regular basis. The killer,
100.
George Killington, saying that Thomas has been playing a lot of darts recently, been
46.
practicing very hard for this. Development tour stuff as well.
134.
And there is a danger sometimes of playing too much.
78.
And don't be fooled, playing 5 games of best of 7, as well as all of the practice I'm sure he's putting
58.
in the practice room, it is not easy.
95.
Probably a
Thomas, you've got
little bit easier if you're under
132.
20 years of age.
Well, maybe some slight inexperience there with Blom on 193. There was no real
52.
need to look for a firework finish. Starting on the bullseye.
60.
Thou shalt
Thomas,
not
you've
give in to
got 80.
temptation. Now it's straight out of the textbook for tops and 2-0.
60. Moreno, you've got 133.
He will return for the same double he hit to win the first leg.
57. Thomas, you've got 20.
2 5s. And that's the cardinal sin, isn't it?
No score.
You've got your opponent sitting on 76 and you have a
Moreno,
dart in your hand that you
requires
can't use.
76.
It's all part of the learning experience. And if you're the elder statesman on the hockey, you've got to punish mistakes just like that. 4-4.
72.
It was interesting that he did
Thomas,
slow
you've got
himself
20.
down there because he has not played well at all in this game, Moreno Blom.
Game shot in the
And he
second.
could have
leg.
found himself
Thomas
level.
Banks. Third leg against Thomas to throw first. Game.
I'm just looking at the equipment of Thomas Banks. A very interesting barrel he's got there as we get a close-up of it.
140.
Texture from top to bottom.
140.
And it's quite uniform as well. So what you can see is if his grip was to slip 1 or 2 millimeters, it would feel exactly the same. Whereas some people, their grip positioning on the barrel is much more defined. Whereas this is the same from top to bottom.
57.
That's actually a very good kind of dart to start with. If you want to get yourself
100.
something to
Thomas, you've got
start playing darts
107.
with of a very good quality, that is the kind of dart I would recommend.
100. Moreno,
Something with a
161.
uniform grip. Now, where's Banks about to go 3-0 up
70.
on the person who was top of the table? Things are
Game
taking
shot
a
in the third
U-turn
leg.
here.
Thomas Banks.
And Blom is not going to be happy with this.
Well, that's a
Fourth leg, it's Moreno to throw.
Frustrating leg to lose. Before that leg, believe it or not, Blom had not hit a single three-figure score. He hit a 140 and 3 tons in that leg. And Banks managed to put it in his pocket.
59.
Now this is where finishing the job really comes into it, because the last thing Thomas needs is to walk away today with a 4-3 loss from this position. Remain spirited and get the job done quicker rather than later.
Well, it seemed like a banker for Blom, didn't it, on paper, the way the days have gone.
180.
He's not finished yet, though. But he might be.
140.
If he's not careful. And here we go. This game is starting to go into overdrive.
78. $85.
Yeah, both players seem to be thriving playing at this pace.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And Blom will not be whitewashed. But Banks now has the darts to get his first victory of the day.
Fifth leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
Yeah, it's very, very fast. And someone is going to be left furious.
100.
Judging by the way that franchise went, I thought they were going to have more movies in that franchise than we have games in a day. And I'm talking about Thursdays and Fridays, not Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
$131.
Sickeningly good, isn't it, when it's done that quick? It's made to look so simple. I remember back in the 1980s when there weren't that many quick players. In fact, Jockey Wilson was known as a quick player. And when Richie Gardner used to play, he was the fastest player around.
I might make another point if we get another leg in this game. I think Moreno Blom is starting to impose himself in more ways than one here in this match.
90.
He's doing it on the dartboard, but I think there's something he's doing off the dartboard.
58. Moreno
I may just draw attention to. Let's see.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Moreno.
So a couple of times there, when we saw the camera angle from the board's position, when he walked back, he was pretty much walking into Thomas Banks. He just, this is the way I'm walking. It's your job to get out of the way.
100.
On this occasion, Banks is out of the way because he's already at the hockey as quick as Blom is himself.
I thought you were going to say that Blom is playing faster to try and draw Banks in. If that's the case, it's working a treat.
Well, he certainly has drawn him, because when that was spotted in the previous leg, they almost bumped into each other. Now Banks is racing to the hockey as quick as Blom.
100.
So I'm seeing this little, just a few years extra experience play out in this match here.
99.
Almost 6 legs completed. We haven't even had 8 minutes 45. Oh, that's a slip. And he despises that dart.
But it's okay, isn't it? 33 is not the worst thing to be left on, but he does have to waste a dart. I don't know about that route. The way his darts stand up, he might have distracted himself.
Match point Banks. Match dart Banks. Match Banks. That was a whirlwind. 9 minutes exactly for 6 legs. You don't need to be a mathematician to realise how many seconds it was per leg. Astonishing fast stuff. And that's going to be a round 1 match tomorrow, and a slightly different complexion for Thomas Banks as he finishes the job at 4 legs to 2, and he gets his first points on the board ahead of his Tuesday campaign. So Blom is going to have to settle for 6 points. What's the case for Conor Heenahan? He doesn't want to settle for 6 as he takes on Adams.
The penultimate game of the day about to get underway, and it's Conor Heenahan, who was hoping for a perfect day, and when he won his first 3 matches and had Messrs Hendrick and Adams left to play, he would have been expected to get it, but he's lost to Stefan Hendrick, and now Simon Adams is hoping to pose a threat that could see him end up on the same points tally as not only Conor Heenahan, but also Moreno Blom, because Thomas Banks has just beaten Blom, and that means this group could be as close as it gets come the end of the session.
As neutrals, sitting in the commentary box, we want things to be close.
First leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
Aren't they paying so much respect to the Saint, which is a nice touch. But when it's game on, you've got to be single-minded.
Well, he's met, I would assume, all of these people for the first time today, and already
46.
you can see the impact that he's had on them by the way that they're embracing him before and after games.
I can't think of many players who have that kind of massive impact in such a short space of time.
85.
I know players who walk in the practice room and you automatically give them huge respect. People like Martin Adams, Robert Thornton, Tony O'Shea, who was great entertainment last week, I'll say that.
Yeah, there are 1 or 2 people who have that aura, don't they, when they walk into a room. You can just feel the presence.
Dennis Priestley. When he walks in any darts room, people
41.
just get out of his way, give him whatever he wants, and just marvel in what it's like to be in their presence. Bob Anderson's the same.
96.
I always enjoy my annual co-coms with Dennis at the World Seniors events.
$100.
It's a shame that he's not still chucking them, but that was admirable as well, wasn't it?
99.
When the World Seniors came about, Dennis Priest said, I won't be competitive, so I'm not going to play. I'm not going to take away somebody else's opportunity.
And on top of that, when he decided not to play competitive PDC stuff anymore, he didn't want any fanfare. He just walked away. Some people want the big send-off. Some people just want to retire and go to Tenerife a lot.
Game shot.
Beautiful.
The first leg.
Picture perfect from Heenahan. Had to work his way around the darts already in the board there. Respected by Adams.
It's Simon to throw first. Game on.
I tell you what, that double top shot, even Roy Keane would have applauded that one. Well, let's face it, he did his job. So there you go.
83.
I've seen a few darts like that today where the very first dart of a leg has been closer to tops than it has treble 20. We are having a double start week, but it's at the end of this series, guys.
Is that why you called it double trouble?
But don't forget, tickets are available for that. The Saturday night Champions Week, and any Super Series Saturday. You can scan that QR code and book yourself yours. There aren't actually that many left for the Champions Night, so do get on that if you want to be there. You know a good portion of the lineup now for that week. We're going to get some fantastic players.
140.
If you can make your way down to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth before then part with £2. Yep, that's all it is. And get yourself here.
96.
And my advice to you all is come down and experience that Champions Night, because the last one we had was remarkable.
124.
The noise in this place when Harrison hit that bullseye. And the atmosphere all night with the likes of Crabtree and Greaves and Labanauskas and Heenahan.
Simon required 54.
That'll do. Oh, 3 doubles. Oh, I would have loved it. 36. That would have been the most awesome 54 checkout ever.
Could still go wrong, though. That's helped.
65.
So an option here. We haven't seen much splitting going on today. I think this is one of the shots where it's a good idea to do that. But what do I know?
Second leg. Simon Adams.
We have now seen somebody win a leg in hitting 3 doubles. And let's face facts.
Delegates Connor to throw first.
It could have happened twice before today.
It's not even double trouble week yet. How about 3 trebles?
180.
You're trying to insinuate that you're going to have a treble double week.
I'll tell you what as well, they were tightly grouped right in the top corner of that treble 20 bed.
45.
Like 3 seal cubs trying to keep warm in very cold weather.
60.
Do you think that every time Conor Heenan opens with a 180 on this stage, he's thinking, again?
Yes.
More?
Unquestionably.
140.
He's got 2, and it's been a while since his second. And I think the conditions being slightly warmer
60.
at this time of year, I think they're perfect for really good play. Dart players would much rather be a little warmer than a little cooler.
85.
It's a funny old time of year for the pros, isn't it? Because they have minimal
134.
ranked action. I know there's some stuff this week, and at the end of August, going back to the European Tour in Hildesheim. But the Super Series never stops.
140. Connie record 67.
As we go towards the end of August, we look forward to the culmination of Series 8. Double 8 has been good to Conor today.
Game
And
shot
once
the third
again,
leg.
it comes up
Conor
trumps.
Heenan.
2-1 Heenan.
Fourth player gets Simon to throw first. Game.
Are we going to be in a bizarre situation here where Conor Heenan is going to be top of the table and arguably the only player that's disappointed with his day?
180.
Because as the days progressed, Banks will be happy to have got a win on the board. I think Simon Adams and Stefan Hendrick and Tom Lonsdale will be happy
44.
with 2 or 3. The stats recently said that Blom maybe wouldn't be the best of the rest, but it looks like he will be. And Heenan actually, after winning 3, would have expected to have won
135.
all of his games. And we were just talking about Heenan hitting a 9-darter. Simon Adams was the one that got closer.
70.
Imagine if he hits a 9. What kind of celebration he's going to have? He'd do the double John Cena. You can't see me twice.
I think I can assume
95.
quite confidently that there would be no difference in the celebration for a 9-darter from Simon Adams. Maybe just a slightly wider grin.
105.
Did talk earlier about that dart flying. Well, he did find tops randomly there, Conor Heenan.
That was very random. This is not random.
75.
It was almost brilliant for a 12-dart leg. I can only assume that every now and again he's having a dart slip out of his hand because it's the same miss
95.
where it's going way too far up.
It requires 16.
Weirdly, it's not at pressure moments either. So it's almost probably a loss of concentration rather than any form of tension.
No score.
Still no pressure on Adams here, but there will be after this visit.
$59.
Not a great deal, though.
60.
Same area of the board. Different result?
8.
Apparently not. What a bonus this is for Conor. Get 60, get tops, and a single in the middle.
Which he's already done in this game.
40. So I'm going to require.
Goes too
8.
high again. Adams carries on. 9 missed at double.
I was convinced that was not a guide.
6.
And he's letting this leg slip.
Going to require 80.
He's had a lot of darts at double in this match. He's had 13 and only hit 1. Conor may only need 1. For 3-1.
Had to move across.
45.
And the angle just wasn't there, was it?
Simon, you require.
Yeah,
2.
that was a difficult shot. There's only one route for this, as everybody knows. That was almost double 18.
No score.
That was almost double one,
Money
but
required,
almost
35.
doesn't get you anything. Well, this leg has been gift wrapped for Conor
Hinge on
Heenahan,
the fourth leg.
who's a
Conor
grateful
Heenahan.
recipient. Semi-apology,
Fifth leg, it's
shake
Conor
of the
to
head.
throw first.
Adams knows he
Eight.
should have won that leg. Heenahan knows he should have lost it.
I'm still not an advocate for the apology. I know it's a somewhat subjective thing to do. But I never, ever remember apologising for winning a leg, because isn't that what it's supposed to do?
100.
If your opponent misses, it's their fault. It's not like they want to give you the leg or allow you the
95.
opportunity. They miss, you hit. That's darts. Can't imagine Nick Faldo turning around to Curtis Stranger to ride a cup and saying, "Oh, do you know what? Just because you missed that shot on the 18th, I'll just lay up."
That
has happened though, hasn't it, in darts, where something's been really wrong for an opponent, so a player has missed deliberately in the next visit.
81.
Famous one in the Premier League when Adrian Lewis was getting stuff chucked at him. Gary Anderson sportingly proceeded to miss. But then when Gary Anderson had all three darts fall out of the World
92.
Championship, Phil Taylor stepped up and hit a 180.
Say no more. Gary still won that set though.
And more importantly, that match. That title.
180. Conor Heenahan 160.
Good timing there from Adams just to put pressure on this.
Good attempt.
140.
A great attempt.
Simon, you require 80.
But the younger cousin of that 160 checkout is half the number. And double five must go.
70.
Small margin means that
20.
Adams might just stay on 4 points overnight.
Yeah, it's double trouble for Simon Adams in his closing clash today.
10.
But he will get more opportunities. He's
McQuire,
missed
10.
17 darts at doubles in this game.
Oh, it's a blocker, isn't it?
Game shot.
That's not. What a shot that is.
Adams.
Even he couldn't hide the frustration there. Finally managed to land.
Simon to throw first.
2 from 21, but has won 2 of the 5 legs in this game and has the
Game
darts to force a decider. Heenahan's just not having it his own way. Let's face it. Adams could have won this match, couldn't he?
He could have. However, it's up to Conor to get it won. Otherwise, walking away with 6 points, like you mentioned earlier in the match,
84.
he'll be sick as a chip for that. No pun intended, because we have got Hendrick next. Where does that phrase come from, by the way? Sick as a chip. A chip doesn't get sick. Anyway, slight caveat is that Mr. Chips is going to take on Lonsdale next.
190.
Who I'm pretty sure will be feeling the pinch of having to wait 3 more games to play until he
95.
plays against Hendrick after his best performance of the day, which is still the best performance by anybody. Even this guy who has been
180.
the best point scorer of the day, and he was, again, right there. Is this
require 180.
the last opportunity he needs? He's already squandered match darts. Now, he could go 48 bull if he thinks that Adams is going to take that 1-4-1. He's decided on the measured approach.
Simon require 141.
And now he gets his chance again. Last time it was tops, 10s and 5s.
57.
This time it's something else.
24. 18.
Well, it's his turn
Simon in require 84.
to miss. And now the Saint has the opportunity. We've seen him successfully find the bullseye before today.
59.
This time he's on the green,
Connie
not in the hole.
6.
This is not a kind double for Connor with the way his darts land. I hate to say I told you so, but now it's got to be around the wall.
No score.
I make that.
Simon in require
8
25.
match darts missed. Are we going the distance?
Game
We
shot on
are.
the sick flag.
And
Simon
somehow,
Adams.
Connor's got to dig himself out of a hole now. Look on the bright side. The
7
last
from final
time he
against
was in
Connor
this
to throw
position,
first.
he
Game
didn't
on.
have the darts. This time he does. Well, just how bruised is he about the fact that he's missed multiple opportunities to
85.
get this match won?
An Adams win here would leave this group in a very, very interesting state going into Tuesday.
140.
Simon himself would join Conor Heenahan and Moreno Blom on 6 points. And one of Tom Lonsdale or Stefan Hendrick would get
100.
there as well. We'd have a 4-way tie at the top.
I'm always keen to see where we stand after 6 rounds in this group.
100.
The reversal of playing Game 5 and Game 6 in the group.
100.
Because it's always against the same opponents, isn't it? From round 5 to round 6.
And this is a great example of how important that is, because if Heenahan wins both of these fixtures, then you're pretty certain Adams is not in contention to win the group.
This has got to be good.
60.
And now,
Simon
Adams is the
require
favourite.
161.
He would think he's got 2 visits here. May have to box clever with the final dart. Does he look at the ball?
59.
He looked at it.
Connie require
He missed by a
156.
margin, but will he get a go? Will he get a go? Another dart that's drifted into a
122.
neighbouring double. It's been the story
Simon
of the day.
require 102.
This would be very symptomatic of the match if Adams was to nick the game on 57 in tops. He's not going to do so, so Heenahan's got to get away from the bottom of the board
78.
here.
Connie require 34.
Are we going to see a split? Still we don't. Players are persevering with odd doubles. And Conor Heenahan, in the end, was proved right to do so. And that means that he is going to be top of the table at the end of the opening day. But it wasn't without drama for Heenahan. Simon Adams pushed him all the way in that final match. A 4-3 success for Heenahan. Adams ends with a couple of wins to his name, but Heenahan has 4 from 5. His only defeat coming against Stefan Hendrick, who is in action next against Tom Lonsdale.
Last game of the day, and Tom Lonsdale would like to double down after that brilliant win in game number 11 against Thomas Banks. He recreates something like that, and it's very likely he will walk away from the day with a very valuable 6 points. Only 2 points behind Heenahan, that would be, now that he has disposed of Simon Adams by 4 legs to 3, and what was a bit of a trudge in the end, but sometimes you got to win through the mud instead of flying the way that Lonsdale was
First leg,
just a few games
Tom
ago.
to throw first. Game on.
If you go to Bridgewater, I'm sure you can get some decent fish and chips down there, but he doesn't want fish and chips. He wants 2 points.
96.
And he has the darts, so he will start this one as favourite.
Yeah, expecting a good game.
125.
Tom Lonsdale, one of those players who's been here before by virtue of qualifying through the ADC circuit, but now
140.
invited to play.
Good group in there from Stefan, but only 66 for his efforts. And the early signs here for Lonsdale are very encouraging.
140.
This is the kind of scoring we were seeing from him just a few games back. He doesn't need to go bullseye on this, but he might start there anyway. Is he going to stay there?
61.
He was trying to get a little bit Bristolian again, wasn't he? Trying to be flash, like Mark Dudbridge.
83. Tommy requires 64.
Right then, 16s, 8s, 4s.
60.
Any advance on 4s?
61.
Unlike an auction, the number's going down.
97. Tommy requires 4.
Is it going?
How does he get past that?
Like
oh,
that?
what a shot that is.
Leg. Tom Lonsdale.
Well, he kind of threw it at the darts and just hoped for the deflection, didn't he? He got it.
Stefan to throw first. Game
And
on.
it deflected exactly where he wanted it to go.
That was a worldie of a shot. Sometimes you need physics to explain something.
59.
I think you might need some sort of physics doctorate to understand why that went in.
Well, by the way, speaking of deflections,
81.
you listen to Luke Humphries talk about winning that World Match Play, go for that tops. He said that's exactly what he did when the first dart went in.
60.
He just aimed it at it, knowing that if it hit it, it was following.
If there's any player in World Darts who knows exactly how his darts behave when they hit each other better than anybody, it's Luke Humphries. That's an easy thing to say, that the world number one will know that better than anybody else. But he knows better than probably most players that have ever lived.
140.
He can do things that bend experts' brains. And if you know exactly how your darts will behave,
100.
shots like Lonsdale's might be a bit more likely than, say, unlikely.
60.
By the way, on mention of Luke Humphries, if you ever wondered how he might fare at the Modus Super Series Bullseye Challenge, you'll get the answer to that question. 5:30 today here on the Super Series YouTube channel. That video is going to go out.
I didn't know he did a Bullseye Challenge. I'm definitely going to watch that later.
Featuring special guests as well, but we'll
require 80.
let the surprise stay. You must have heard us talking about
70.
tops.
Require
I was thinking exactly the same.
Close the door, Paul.
Close the leg, Stefan.
Stefan Hendrick. The leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
He's really put some thought into that shirt, hasn't he? The chips have actually got their own darts.
140.
Yeah, well, the only thing that's kind of affected me is I now know where I'm stopping on the way home.
60.
You're trying to tell me it's an advertising campaign that a cone of chips with a moustache has convinced you that you want to have chips.
I'm sure you can get a nice cone of chips on South Seafront, surely.
Do they do cones of chips anymore?
140.
If they don't, they should.
Right time yet to have some
58.
nice chips by the seaside. It's a beautiful day,
Yeah.
and it's something that these players can do once they're done.
Just watch out for the seagulls.
57.
Yeah, don't get me started on the Portsmouth Seagulls. Individually trying to paint my car at the minute.
100. $96. Tommy require 143.
Now, this is not one of those shots that has a great deal of roots attached to it.
43.
In fact,
Stephanie
most
Require,
players will start on the
148.
60, but Rob Cross likes treble 18 on the old 143. Both with a feel of leaving double 16.
26. Tommy Require,
This
100.
one is the Luke Humphreys World Match Play winning shot. But not that
Game
way.
shot on the third leg.
But it does
Tom
win Lonsdale a third leg.
Fourth leg, it's
Or should I say the third leg. Now he's looking for his third leg.
60.
I just wonder how Stefan is feeling at the minute, because this is his debut day and it hasn't been that bad.
58.
But most people we talk to on their second day say that they're tired when it comes to game 5.
100.
It very much depends on what you do, where you're from. Do you play a lot of darts? Do you play a lot of rounds? Round robin stuff?
100.
If you're going deep in knockout tournaments, this will feel very good. This is what these vault events with the ADC can do for you. You play a lot of round robin stuff leading into knockout.
93.
This one's on a knife edge. Maybe not anymore.
177.
That's a great visit. A decent standard in this game as well. High 80s.
24.
Which will do a lot of damage in a group like this. 2 6s for Stefan.
Game shot on the fourth
And
leg.
he denies
Stefan
Tom a
Hendry.
shot to get his third leg. So it's best of 3 from here to finish the day.
Fifth leg, it's Tom to throw first.
You know, Paul, you're talking about your battles with seagulls. Maybe hold that thought for the end of this 9 dart leg, shall I?
$100.
It's not happening. It got me to thinking about other battles that dart players have had with
85.
animals. Can you remember the time that Steve Beaton, open bracket, who is eligible to play at the Modus Super Series
40.
next year, close bracket, had his dart shirt stolen by a monkey?
In Gibraltar.
Correct.
100.
He left it out to dry in his hotel on the rocks of Gibraltar, and a little monkey ran off with it.
Everybody loves Steve Beaton, even the monkeys.
Record 96.
Double 18.
Game shot.
Oh,
the
that's a
fifth
great leg. 12
Tom
dart leg,
Lonsdale.
and Lonsdale belts Hendrick in that one.
Sixth leg, it's Stefan to throw first. Game on.
One more leg for Lonsdale to finish on 6 points for the day. And I'm sure he will be very happy if that's
88.
the case.
So my mind's totally wandered, Polly. I'm now thinking of Lionel Sams in front of that lion.
In Vegas.
96.
You've got a raw Lionel.
Never did get to see Roland shot
100.
next to a giraffe.
And we haven't even mentioned the biggest one. Bob Anderson literally going down the walk-on with a horse,
100.
a real horse.
That's true. Peter Manley in a Chinese restaurant in Germany asking the owner if he could buy a flamingo
180.
at the entranceway of the restaurant because he collects flamingos.
83.
You'll have to save your favourite darting animal stories for tomorrow because we're inching closer to the end here.
But it may be going on a leg
57.
longer than Lonsdale would like.
I thought you were going to start cracking into long-haired lover from Liverpool there.
44. Stephanie records 76.
Time here for Hendrick. Needs it.
$36.
There could be some pressure coming here. Hendrick in this match has been fabulous when it comes to the doubles, so you don't think he's going to miss. And he doesn't. That's now 3 from 4. As we go the distance once again with the Belgian involved.
This will determine which one of these players is in the top 3 after the first day's play.
93.
If you're Tom Lonsdale, does 15 darts get it done?
100.
You would assume so, because that would force Stefan into getting a 12 or better.
96.
Well, 1 treble should do each visit. That's all he needs.
140.
The 12 is possible for Stefan. So Lonsdale's got to be on point, otherwise he might
58.
Find himself in a bit of trouble, which now he does.
Yeah, couldn't afford a trebleless turn. Here comes Hendrick. Hit 2 in the last visit.
140.
Bags a brace again.
He's looking to do an Andreas Harrison here by finishing a day with a 1-2-1.
121. $93.
Stefan's just done a Connor Scott.
58.
He's left double 14.
28.
Well, this would be a very solid debut day.
No
Cutters
score.
into them. Lonsdale gets a go. Just the way he approached that double 14. Oh my. Well, I'm glad he walked behind him and not in front of him.
60. Stephanie required 28.
Darts is not a contact sport. Well, this is double 10, is it?
Yeah, I don't think he ever intended to leave that double 14.
Who splits double 14? That's what I want to ask.
And it may cost him. As Lonsdale lands the winning double, Hendrick got himself at 6s and 7s at the end of that match. And it's Lonsdale who makes it a hat-trick of wins himself. He's having a little chat with the referee there. I think he did miscount and left a double that he didn't intend to leave. Then he missed it with 3. Then he split it. He's still working it out. Owen Biggs is telling him, I was right, you were wrong, get over it. Tom Lonsdale wins the game. He gets over the line 4-3. That brings an end to today's action, which myself and Paul Nicholson will dissect after this short break. So time for myself and Paul Nicholson to sum up today's action. So go on then, Paul, sum it up.
Yeah, I think Keenahan's going to be very happy with 8 points in the end. But like you said in commentary, it could have been better. He just took his foot off the gas once or possibly twice in the day. and it could have easily been a 10-point day, but he's still top of the tree. That's all you've got to do to make your way to Saturday, and more of that tomorrow will be very welcomed.
Well, let's just get confirmation of all 15 results from the day then. Conor Heenan, as Paul just mentioned, winning 4 out of 5, got that loss to Stefan Hendrick at the end, or the penultimate match of his day. Hendrick himself then could have won his final game as well. That was a dramatic finish, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think ultimately after your first day, you got to think to yourself, if I win more games than I lose, that's a good day. And even people who've been here before will be saying that to themselves this afternoon and tonight. But Hendrick, after that miscount in the last leg, he'll be smarting a little bit, and he'll want to put that right in his first game tomorrow.
Do you think that's definitely what happened, that he went for that 18 thinking he was leaving something else? Because it did seem to put him off for the rest of the match, the last 2 visits.
I can't see another reason for it. I mean, he's got 46. What else would he be going for? You know, what did he think he had? Did he think he had 58 maybe? Did he think he had something else? I think it has to be the case, because nobody that I know, when you've got 46, would go 18 till he's all 14. And how often have you seen someone split 28? Luke Littler behaviour. He splits 36. So obviously this guy likes to go 8 double 10 on 28.
Yeah, our referee Owen Biggs has actually just told our production team that he did indeed miscount, probably just proving the fact that he didn't do that himself, which he never does, of course. Let's just go about each player and summarise their day, starting with Conor Heenan, because it's a strange one, isn't it? Kind of probably slightly disappointed, even though he's got 8 from 10 points.
Be happy with your points total. Be happy with the fact that you are top of the table. As far as performances are concerned, there was some decent stuff in there against certain opponents, but we have seen in the past that Heenan can tail off towards the end of a daily campaign, and being the first day of the week, I'm sure he'll improve with that, however many days he needs to get to Saturday.
And we saw the best and the worst of Moreno Blom at times today. Explosive pace, of course. Probably performed better than his recent stats suggest he would, but then couldn't get over the line in his last game either.
Yeah, I think he's just a bit streaky at the minute. I love watching him play. I think he's fabulous to watch because he's fast, and when he gets it right, he's so good. But in between doing things like that, there's just a game in there that he wants to forget. He's getting along with people in the practice room, obviously, but for me, he's a nightmare to play because he's like a whirlwind.
Bit of a blossoming bromance there with Simon Adams as well, which is probably the case for a few players. Let's talk about him, because he just commands this respect with his infectious personality. But today, he's shown some very decent darts as well.
Yeah, I think he started well. I think he settled in really easily, and he has shown some good stuff. A couple of blips along the way, but if he can get a good start tomorrow in rounds 6 and 7, I can see him contending. But whatever happens, he's going to have a blast. And it's refreshing to see somebody with this focused yet relaxed attitude, because a lot of the time these days with what is on offer, people are so hell-bent on winning that pressure tells. And I just don't get the feeling that Simon Adams feels pressure the way that some other people do.
What about Tom Lonsdale then, returning as an invite after playing in the ADC and qualifying that way before? Has he sort of shown that he deserves that?
Unquestionably for me. Some of the performances today have been really good. He's got the best performance of the day, and that was when he was doing things like this. So for me, it's there. The game is there. Just needs to eliminate that one bad performance, because that one bad performance that he had today, he got walloped. And if he's going to win this group, that cannot happen.
And Thomas Banks, only one win. Has he been a little unlucky there?
Tough to say unlucky, because I don't necessarily believe in luck in darts, but Thomas has played some very good stuff today. He's probably been on the end of a lot of really tight margins, but you and I noticed that he started games well and just tailed off towards the end. Speaking to one of his close friends via electronic means earlier this afternoon, it does feel as if he's playing a lot of darts at the minute, and he maybe just needs to pace himself a little bit, even at his early age. So it'll be key for him to rest well today and be really refreshed for tomorrow.
Yeah, that win, of course, at the end of the day against Moreno Blom means he does have points on the board. Here is the table at the end of the first day's play. Heenan on 8, Blom And Lonsdale on 6, Hendrick and Adams on 4, and Thomas Banks on 2. Do you think that we'll see a big move tomorrow from Heenahan, or are you expecting that it's still going to be pretty close at the end of Tuesday?
I think it could be pretty close. I still think we can see a move from Adams. I like what I saw from Hendrick in the last couple of matches. If he can feel more comfortable on Tuesday, there's no reason why he can't pick up, say, an 8-point day and get himself into the reckoning for Wednesday's play. But I just wonder if Lonsdale just irons out a few creases, that maybe there's something in there where he could possibly contend with Heenahan by the end of Tuesday.
One final word on the speed that we've seen on the stage today. We are going to see some of the quickest matches ever, aren't we, when we get 4-0s this week?
We saw a game today that was exactly 90 seconds per leg, and that's with the 10-second break in between. So that's 90 seconds, 6 times, 9 minutes. It's fast stuff. And Alexander Mertz isn't even here. Jelle Klassen's not even here. Just goes to show that fast starts is everywhere.
Time flies when you're having fun. Thanks for your company today, Paul. Thank you for your company as well here at the Modus Super Series. The action will resume from 9:30. There's plenty of other content available as well, including Luke Humphries, the world champion and world number 1, doing his Bullseye Challenge. That will be out at 5:30. Make sure you are subscribed and make sure you join us again tomorrow.